And they're racing in the first at Canterbury, beginning the post-time pick 4 with that nation low takeout of 10%. And Sir Wellington means business right from the get-go. Sir Wellington and Alex Kinchari, the Shakopee native, take the lead by a half. Bibleman attempts to pressure to the inside and very tightly. Bibleman and Carlo Lopez did not head through on the inside, and thus Sir Wellington is able to scoot away by 2. After that, Public Safety, Deflator, and Caucus Rules can see them all around about the quarter pole. First, CBY, Kinchari, Chili, Alex Chili on Sir Wellington, and the 3-5 favorite is in hand and in command. Alex just took a peek back and he sees Sir Wellington up by 5. Deflator is closing in to a shot at second to the outside of Bibleman, but nobody's beating Sir Wellington, and Sir Wellington finishes beautifully to win by 6. Race 2, 6.5, and they're racing. From the center, Magnificent Money flashes some speed, so does Eli's Girl, and between them, Make Me Believe. Outside of that, Shaman's Prodigy, and they are about 3.5 clear from Danzig Star. Second last, Miss Dutton can see them all. Up the barn side, race 2, Wednesday, Canterbury, and Make Me Believe pokes the head in front. Shaman's Prodigy and Hernandez apply pressure to the outside. Eli's Girl still coy to the inside, but now one back, and about 2.5 clear from Danzig Star. Miss Dutton is out of last, and in last, Magnificent Money. 9 from front to back off the far turn. Make Me Believe, trying to make believers in the win betters, and Make Me Believe strides clear beautifully. Eli's Girl comes out of the crowd to cut the margin to 1.5. Outside of that, Danzig Star 0 for 16, 4 out of it, and that one's to the outside of Shaman's Prodigy, and they cut for the money in this maiden heat. It is Make Me Believe shaken up in resolute fashion by Roymas Chirinos. Outside of that, Eli's Girl, Miss Dutton flashing home on the inside. It still is Make Me Believe. Eli's Girl stabbing, but Make Me Believe too much at 3-5. 4. Maidens racing, and they've broken a line. Ranger Gus debuts with very good early speed. Constantino Roman gets this 4. Ranger Gus clear on the lead. Tappet Sam fires out from the inside, and Stillwater Brown is prominent from the outside, and between them is Burn Boss about 4 lengths from the front. Then we come back to Stun Gun. That one's 7 lengths from the lead to the outside of Jeromeo. Into the far turn they go, and Ranger Gus continues to show the way. It is Ranger Gus widening that margin to 2. Stillwater Brown watching that first-timer run away, and Tappet Sam claims second. After that is Stun Gun, 9 from the front. The other 2 of no consequence as they head for the money in race 3, and Ranger Gus trying to make it just one look. That's all it took. It's Ranger Gus now shaken up by Roman into the final furlong. Tappet Sam trying to lunge at Ranger Gus into the final football field. It is Ranger Gus, Tappet Sam, 1.5 lengths cutting into the margin. It's too late. Mac Robertson has won 3 in a row. This one is Ranger Gus. And they're racing, and they all answered the bell well. And Kalanicky and Alex Canterbury immediately to the lead. And as they come down the stretch for the first time, Kalanicky encountered by Cougar at 30-1. And Cougar intensifies that pace and indeed takes the lead with Q. It is Cougar leading it from Kalanicky. After that, Into Win. Outside of that, Mizana. And between them is Starlight Twist, swirling along about 5 lengths from the front, and the same margin clear from the final 2. She Be Glamorous, the Minnesotan to the inside of fellow Minnesotan All Native. 9 covers them, and this gray Cougar shows the way. It is Cougar from Kalanicky. Outside of that is Mizana, and Mizana's covering up Starlight Twist closest to the rail. Into Wind, Cougar leads by 3/4. 5-6 lengths after that, the Minnesotan She Be Glamorous to the inside of All Native, and they have less than a half mile to go. And Cougar, the long shot, continues to show the way. In second, Kalanicky at 2-1, right at the throat latch, and in fact, Kalanicky cuts, and Kalanicky and Canterbury take the lead. Starlight Twist flashes out of the crowd to the outside of that gray, then it's Mizana Into Win. She Be Glamorous is blocked, and All Natives on the move. Kalanicky leads it with 3/16 of a mile to go. Canterbury pushes the button and is all over Kalanicky with a 3-length lead. In second is Starlight Twist. Outside of that, All Native. Then we come to She Be Glamorous chasing Kalanicky. And Kalanicky gets all the money at 2-1. Alexander is 1-2. Kalanicky from She Be Glamorous. Starlight Twist third. And they're racing. Number 3, Devil Vision, came off anything but heavenly and is a good 10 lengths from the lead. Tashkent pops nicely. Tashkent and River Rose flash speed, and River Rose takes the lead with 7 furlongs to go. Outside of that one, Zoe's Delight, the Minnesotan, keen to go. And as they go around the corner for the first time, River Rose at 8-1 flows to the lead by 2, racing well off the inside. Tashkent is next to the inside of T-Bone's Trick, looking to win 4 in a row, 4 out of it. 1.5 clear from Bugler on the stretch out. Then we come back to a recovering Devil Vision, rallying to the inside of Flat Out Winner, and Kid Frosty off the long layoff is 13 lengths rearmost. Up the barn side into the far turn, and River Rose shows the way from Zoe's Delight. Tashkent behind them. After that, Bugler is attempting to pass T-Bone's Trick. T-Bone's coming under a ride, but he is closing in. Then we come back to Flat Out Winner. Up goes Zoe's Delight nicely. Zoe's Delight stylishly taking the lead by 1. Bugler is rolling into a joint third with Tashkent. After that is Flat Out Winner. Flat Out closing okay on the inside. Zoe's Delight drifting. Then it's Devil Vision and Kid Frosty, and it's Zoe's Delight showing the way. Zoe's Delight at 8-1 leads it by 1.5 lengths. Tashkent. Outside of that, Devil Vision running a fantastic race after a bad start, and inside is Flat Out Winner. That's it for Zoe. Tashkent attacks. Here's Devil Vision. Outhouse, penthouse, well done. Devil Vision with that bad start gets all the money. And they're racing. Super Fortune made an aggressive right turn out of the gate, but recovered okay, and now with a killer crossover gets down to the inside, or inside-ish to the outside of Southern Pecan, and 5 and 8 go like the wind. They are flying with 1 lap to go. After that, 'Cause I'm Chocolate, 3 lengths from the speed, and about 2.5, 3 clear from Tour of the World. That one's 5 clear from Your Time Is Coming, already 10 lengths behind Super Fortune. 2.5 lengths behind that, Mark and and Greeley third last. After that, I'm Crenshaw, and Coastal Waters can see them all about 15 lengths from the front. Up the barn side they travel, race 6 on a sun-splashed Wednesday in Shakopee. And now Southern Pecan looks sweet, re-engaging with Super Fortune. Tracking coyly if good enough is 'Cause I'm Chocolate, 3 lengths from it. 5 after that to Tour the World, covering up Your Time's Coming, who's moving in. Mark and Greeley gets a good trip, 8 lengths out of it. A mile clear from I'm Crenshaw, and still nothing from Coastal Waters. Super Fortune still in a breakneck battle. Super Fortune to the inside of Southern Pecan. Right outside of that, Your Time is Coming is charging on. 'Cause I'm Chocolate is beginning to melt in the heat. That one's to the inside of Tour the World. Mark and Greeley making a good move behind 3. Then it's Coastal Waters, 10 out of it. Super Fortune feeling the heat from that pace battle, and up goes Your Time is Coming. Outside of that, Mark and Greeley, and Tour the World circumnavigates into action. Your Time is Coming, desperately trying to hold on. Mark and Greeley, Coastal Waters late, and it is Your Time is Coming to prevail. Tight photo for second. Maidens. Excellent beginnings for 4, 5, and 7, with JJ's Full Moon looking to eclipse the field. Michael B is offering an A+ effort. Then on the inside is Trippin' Guns. 4 and 7 to the line together with that deuce on the inside. Oh, that's tight. Might be and they're off. Terrible beginning for Avery's Rocket. Great beginning for Flinging Paint. Likewise for Making Drama. And between them is Find a Rider. Outside of that is Favorite Grandma. Making Drama surging from Flinging Paint, who's lunging 4 and 2. And they're racing. Awkward beginning for Chloe's Magic. The stablemate Relentless Babe put 2 on the field. And from the center, PR Little Miss Guns. And between them, DB Quick Sam chasing the one who's number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf course.
The turf is firm, people. The turf is firm.
If you'll get your programs out, we'll go over the changes on this evening's card, starting with a couple of changes in our first race. In the first, scratch number 7, Joe Mama Sassy. Race 1, scratch 7. Couple of workouts added, one for Imagine Dragon and one for Jersey Wannabe. Race 2, second half of the double, clear. Race 3, also clear of changes. Moving forward to our fourth race tonight. In race 4, we scratch number 6, I Will Yeah. Race 4, scratch 6. We have a jockey change on number 9, Exeter. Please make the rider Alex Conchari. Conchari on the 9, scratch the 6 in the 4th. In the 5th race, the owners now of number 7, Cumberland Avenue, are Rick and Clayton Weist. Owner change on the 7. Race number 6 is where you'll find the next scratch on our card. In the 6th, scratch number 8 with your boots on. Race 6, scratch 8, and a jockey change on number 2, Rosy Cheeks. Make the jockey Jermaine Bridgemahan on the 2. 7 and 8 are clear of changes. Our final scratch happens in the 9th race. In race number 9, scratch number 1, She's Already Famous. Race 9, scratch 1. Up next today at the races, we take a look at the race card and everything else going on at Canterbury with Jeff Madej and Miss Angela Herman.
Hey everybody, welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. This is Angela Herman, and we're here to preview today's race card, talk about some upcoming events, and give you other Canterbury news on today at the races. The main track is fast, turf course is firm. Fantastic card tonight with some quarter horses late, thoroughbreds early, a big pick 5, pick 4, low takeout, everything you could possibly want. We'll cover it. We'll fill you in. First, some news from Angela.
Well, yes, we are very excited to bring you a good update from Ruben Fuentes and the GoFundMe that has been organized by his brother to help through those medical expenses. They're already up over $17,000 in that GoFundMe. I mean, the original goal was 10, and there was so much support for him that they upped the goal to 25,000. And I know that, I mean, I don't think I was surprised by it, but just so glad to see the outreaching of not just people here, people around the country, everybody who's known Ruben, who has become friends with Ruben, and all of the people around him have really stepped up to support him on his road to recovery. And we're very happy to report that he had successful surgery on June 27th and that road to recovery has already begun. But we're doing everything that we can to chip in, and we thank all of you for chipping in as well. No matter how you knew him, even if you don't, it's very much appreciated, and hopefully they can reach their new goal.
Absolutely. Thanks for sharing that good news with our fans, Angela. Congratulations. The Minnesota Quarter Horse Racing Association announced its Trainer of the Week, and it's Jason Olmstead, who last week won a couple of races, in fact qualified the fastest qualifiers to the MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity. So congratulations to the MQHRA Trainer of the Week, Jason Olmstead.
Yes, yeah, we see quite a bit of him in those state-bred ranks, but on a national sort of level, the Bank of America Challenge races are coming here on July 14th. We'll see quarter horses from all over the place, not just Minnesota breds, including Danger, the quarter horse of the year in the Championship Challenge.
Fastest horse in the world.
He is quite a sight to behold. If you have not seen him and you can join us on July 14th, he can only be described as massive and quite the powerhouse of an animal. Dean Fry trains him, bred him, and has taken him all over the place with success. So we're pleased to have him here on July 14th, as he is a treat to watch. I mean, as long as he breaks on top, he is going to find a way to beat his competition, as he has done time and time and time again. So if you can, try to join us then. If the quarter horse fan in you wants to see a real monster, that is Danger for sure. Absolutely.
He's won the Championship Challenge here 2 years in a row. And in the Distaff Challenge, there's another horse, a mare that's won that race 2 years in a row. That's Linder 16. Our own Natalie Hepner had a chance to watch that horse work out. Let's check it out here in this video.
Linder 16, a 6-year-old quarter horse mare trained by Jason Olmstead, is a graded stakes winner of $779,000 in career earnings. She has won 15 of 31 career starts since 2018 and has won the Canterbury Park Distaff Challenge Stakes the past 2 years. Intending to win it for a third time, Linder 16 will race July 14th. She was turned out following her last race in January, and since returning to training, Olmstead hasn't been able to find a race for her. Linder 16 worked in company with a political mogul on June 23rd.
Well, we couldn't get her in, and I didn't want to get caught with my pants down, so we're going to work her and a political mogul together, and we're going to let them rip and get something out of it. First time we ever gated her was, I mean, like she'd already had 2 or 3 outs, and still made mistakes in her Remington Park Futurity trial, her first out of her life, and still had the fastest time of her day, and she just walked up the ladder from there and very seldomly disappoints us. Usually if she gets beat, it's an outside circumstance that beats us.
Yes, Linder 16 is a treat to watch, and she'll complement Danger very well on the feminine side of things. We look forward to watching them both a little bit later in July. Now we get back to tonight's card, and we start off with a horse that I didn't think would be this heavily bet, but the play of the day, and perhaps a single in the post-time pick 4, which does begin in our first today, is number 4, It's Bob's Business. Now, as noted in the Star Tribune by Jay Litza and researched by pedigree geeks such as myself, this horse is by Bolt d'Oro, who is now 7 for 14. In his first crop, as far as first-time starters go. A couple of seconds, a couple of thirds to go along with that. A very quick work for this one in Chicago, I believe with Total Surprise, another Lothenbach homebred. They do run second a little bit more in these Minnesota breds, 2-year-old races, but they are 3 for 19 together, and it's just been the season to remember for Joel Berndt, for Bob Lothenbach, and they bring in Constantino Roman, an excellent gate rider, to take the riding assignment on this one. A lot of arrows pointing to the 4, and the price very short as a result.
Well, same thing happened last night in the first race. That was your play of the day. Won easily. But look, this is the post-time pick 4 with a 10% takeout.
That's true.
People need a single. They want an anchor. Why go deep when your play of the day is pointing them towards the 4, Bob's Business? Doesn't do any good to have a bunch of losing horses on your ticket when you can just single the play of the day, and that's race number 1, the 4, Bob's Business. Now, we've got a big weekend coming up here. Well, of course, we'll race on Saturday at the normal 5 o'clock post time. And then on Sunday, the 3rd of July, Fireworks Spectacular, 4 o'clock, first post. We'll run 10 races, and then fireworks follow that. We'll have Boogie Wonderland playing live music out on the stage throughout the night. Then we'll get a solid hour of some of the greatest 70s and 80s hits you've ever heard from Boogie Wonderland. And then the fireworks come along, and that is I'm just repeating what I'm told. This is all true. These are facts.
It's true.
It's the greatest fireworks show in the metro area. I've heard it from multiple people. I believe it, and it is. They're right above you. It's fantastic. That all happens on Sunday, and then we come right back the next day to run on the 4th of July, Independence Day, when we'll start at 1 o'clock and have another great day of racing. So why not spend your entire weekend right out here at the park?
Yeah, I highly recommend it. If you can't make it both days, I guess whatever your tastes are, if you're bringing more of the family or if maybe you're bringing a group of your friends or something like that, there's a little something for everybody. But both days, very family friendly. Just on July 3rd, we do run. We run later, we start later, we end later, and we have that fireworks spectacular to cap things off. If you are going to spend your holiday with us, consider both days. But whatever works for you, we try to accommodate those needs.
Absolutely. So that will be a fun weekend. Now let's talk about tonight, though, because we've got 3 days of racing after this. We've got to build a bankroll. So you already gave them a winner in race number 4. That anchors that post-time pick 4. We have every race day with a 10% takeout, but there's a lot more action.
Well, of course. And then we have the pick 5 that begins in race number 3 tonight, and our late pick 4 that begins in the 4th, because we have a few quarter horse races to end our card. Remember, that pick 5 is going to start in race number 3. That's also a 10% takeout wager. It's also a 50-cent minimum. As you can see, those pools do get big. And on Thursday nights and Wednesday nights, sometimes when some of the daytime tracks have fallen away and we don't have as much, there's just not as many pick 4 and pick 5 offerings around the country, these pools get big. So definitely take a look, especially in that pick 5. I thought that the turf races were on the verge of impossible tonight. And we do have a 2-year-old race to kick us off. If you prefer that sort of thing, if you like blank races, some people do. I enjoy them. Then the first is going to be the one for you. You can see the 2-year-olds out in the paddock right now. It looks like It's Bob's Business is going to start things off with blinkers. You don't see that with as many of the others in the field, but looks like they've made some adjustments with this one in the morning. And he, as well as it looks like the 9, Jersey Wannabe, both will don the hood for their first race. The blinkers, not a hood, for their first race. But there's a little something for everybody. We got sprints, we got long ones, we got turf, we got 2-year-olds. We're going to have 2-year-olds more over this weekend as they start to make their way into our regular routine. And they're going to start at 4.5 furlongs, which can be a little bit tricky because of where the gate is on the backside. It would seem to maybe favor horses in the middle of the gate. That's kind of where I look. But do you give any sort of advantage to one part of the gate or the other?
I don't in these 2-year-old races. Obviously, if you're inside, you probably have a better shot, but you don't want to be on the rail either, especially with these young horses when they get in company. So, a lot of them work really well in the morning, maybe under simulated race conditions, but when the bell rings for real and it's race time, a lot of things can change. So, those morning glories don't always turn out to be winners in the afternoon. Now, I'm thinking maybe you can get a price here. Mattress Mac, he's got the 6. If he sends the bankroll in, and we know he bets late, this horse is the only horse I believe that has experience, ran at Parks before coming here. Why not?
Well, that was an interesting race if you watch it back. There were 5 in there. 3 of them really separated themselves from the other 2. Unfortunately, one of the other 2 was this one. Sharpened really didn't pick up her feet too much in the back, and she just kind of ran alongside the other horse that was at the back, and that one bested her by a neck. It's a 2-furlong race. It's not an accurate gauge of what this horse is going to do in her home state and going 4.5 furlongs, but I don't think that it's anything that really makes you send in the money on her and makes her the 3-5 favorite rather than first timer It's Bob's Business. Now, looking at the board right now, I think It seems like a pretty fair board, I guess. Fireman Oscar at 6-1 seems more than fair. Dr. Oscar came from the same outfit last year and came out running. Did so at a little bit higher price, I believe, than 6-1, but ran an excellent debut. And I mean, sometimes this barn's a little bit more patient with its 2-year-olds, with its maidens, with its young ones. That one came out firing. No reason why this one couldn't come out firing too. Put in a nice gate work on June 19th. And the outside horse, Jersey Wannabe. I know you're a big B Jersey fan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this one at 17-1 was the other one that kind of caught my eye as far as works, as far as pedigree. The sire's only thrown one other foal, and it ran second in its debut, obviously at a shorter price than 17-1, but worth a shot on the outside with Valenzuela and Vic Hansen conditioning this one for his debut. And we're going to have Kevin coming up, bringing us a 50-cent 10% takeout post-time pick 4, but with 10 minutes to post, 9 minutes. Just your final thoughts as they get out into the walking ring for the 2-year-olds.
Well, I'm going to trust you here with this 4, with It's Bob's Business, but exciting time of the year with 2-year-old racing beginning. Now, if anyone knows anything about bodies, it's Kevin Gorg. So let's go to him right now for some analysis of what these horses look like in the flesh. Kevin?
Yeah, these are important races, Jeff. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody from Canterbury. The babies take center stage this weekend. I'm with Angela on It's Bob's Business. I love the workout pattern. I love everything that Joel Burnt is doing so far at the meet. That trainer's winning at over 30%. Debuting with those blankers, fast workouts, and early money. It all adds up to a horse that I think is going to be very difficult to beat. Like Angela, I respect Fisherman Oscar. I see Pete Matson's in the paddock. Pete Matson has a way of ending up in winner's circles, whether it's here or at the Belmont Stakes. So you better keep an eye on that 5, Fisherman Oscar. I like the fact that the horse only shows 4 workouts, and probably the best workout's the most recent one out of the gate. And yes, the Mattress Mac horse is a filly taking on the boys. That is number 6, Sharpened. Racing experience, a big plus. So is jockey Harry Hernandez. He's terrific. He'll get this horse out of the gate. And I like the local breeze, too. A couple of nice workouts since shipping in from Park. So the middle 3 horses, 4, 5, and 6, look like the most logical. The other horse I included was the 8, and that is the charge for Troy Bethke. That middle workout that he has, 35 and 4 breezing out of the gate, caught my eye. I think that horse might also have a little bit of speed. Interesting way to start the card. Babies, bred in Minnesota. A couple of fillies, the 2 and the 6, and a bunch of boys. Right now it's all about It's Bob's Business. 3 to 5 up on the board with those lickety-split works for the Lothenbachs and Joel Burnt. They're going to head down the bridle path. We got a big night of racing. As Angela talked about, the pick 5 looks juicy. Our turf racing tonight looks spectacular. Main track's been a little chalky so far in the first month and a half of racing, but turf racing for a while we were averaging a 10-1 mutual. Right now it's just below that. But there's been value all over our turf racing. Take a look at that pick 5. That 10% takeout is the lowest in the industry. Same thing with the post-time pick 4. Once these horses get on the track for their very first start for many of these 2-year-olds, I'll put together a pick 4 ticket that's very affordable tonight. Welcome to racing from Canterbury Park. 10 races in total. Pick 4s, pick 5s, and all kinds of chances to make money. Good luck tonight and enjoy our card. Len Dykert with the call to the post. A Thursday night of racing is ready to commence here at Canterbury Park. Onto the track come the babies for race number 1. Scratch the 7, Joe Mama Sassy. We offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, early double, rolling pick 3, and featured here is the 10% takeout, 50 cent. Post time pick 4. The post time pick 4 kicks off in 5 minutes. We'll have a ticket for you momentarily. Good luck. All right, fans, it's time for the post-time pick 4. Here's the ticket I've put together tonight. It's a $36 ticket if you'd like to use mine or maybe modify it a little bit. I'm going to use the favorite here. I think It's Bob's Business is going to be tough in the first off what we know. I'm going to back that horse up with Fisherman Oscar from that Sharp outfit. I am worried about the 6 Sharpened, who looked very good here coming onto the track. You may want to add that 6 into some of your backup tickets. I might do that as well. In the second leg, race 2, I go 2, 3, and 4. 3 is my top pick. I think that horse is loose, but I think both the 2 and the 4 could offer some resistance in the stretch. In race 3, I use 3, 6, and 7. I think it's a wide open race. I think the 7 and the 3 are both going to take a lot of money. My 6 horse, though, is going to be 6 or 7 to 1, Lapis Lazuli. That could add some value to this pick 4 ticket. I want to be alive to the 4th because the 4th is one of those turf races that I believe is wide open. I'm going to use 2, 4, 7, and 9. My top pick is the 2, Jailhouse Kitten, who's 3 to 1. But I've got some prices in there, including Alex Conchari on the 9 Exeter. It's a jockey change on the 9, and Conchari looks like he's in the zone right now. Keep that in mind with some of his mounts tonight. The post-time pick 4 with just a 10% takeout could pay hundreds, maybe even thousands. You need some long shots, and you need to get in it. 2 minutes now to race 1, 2 minutes to the post-time pick 4.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. We have music between races each and every Thursday, including this evening. Music tonight from Sound Inc. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Our featured groups include Abdo, Hook Agency, Robco Corporation, and the Superstats Dave Handelin Group. Don't forget to visit the Minnesota Lottery booth on track level if you would like to add a little more play to your day at Canterbury. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the post time pick four. A joyous time of the year when the 2-year-olds get their opportunities. It's Bob's Business. Opened at 1-9. Stayed at 1-5 for quite some time. Drifted to even money and now is 4-5. Sharpened. Mattress Max Horse from Philadelphia, 3-1. Withstand the Storm, 9-1. Enters Sans Lindy, who joins. Couple of fillies in here taking on the boys. 4-5 on It's Bob's Business. And here is Jersey Wannabe. They go for a hook. Here come the babies, and they're racing. Grace Alace popped sweetly, and so did Withstand the Storm from the 8th spot, but It's Bob's Business with terrific early speed. It's Bob's Business puts 2 on the field right out of the gate. The filly Sharpened is just to the inside of Withstand the Storm, and outside of that is Jersey Wannabe. Fisherman Oscar 10 lengths from the lead, striding out. After that, Prestigiously Wild, 4 clear from Grace Alace. Way back in last is Imagine Dragon, but up top, It's Bob's Business has run away by 6. It's Bob's Business into the final furlong, leading it from Withstand the Storm. Outside of that, Fisherman Oscar and Sharpened, but nobody is beating Bob, and Bob's Business is debuting victoriously. Under a triple hammerlock at the wire. 3-horse photo for place. Number 4, It's Bob's Business, impressively. Few ticks off the track record set in 2007. 51.67 the final time. Cold and Tricky completed the Bastard Distance in 51.15, July of 07. the numbers 4, 8, 6, 5. Now entering the winner's enclosure, it's Bob's Business and Constantino Roman. It's Bob Business is owned by Lothenbach Stables, who also bred this guy in Minnesota. The winning trainer is Joel Burnt. It's Bob's Business is a 2-year-old bay son of Bolt Doro from the Bellamy Road mare Sales Call. And the first is official. That exacta paid $12.60, trifecta 20 and change. 10 cents superfecta, $9.13. Favorite on top. The second race keeps us on a fast main track. No scratches and no rider changes. Racing at Canterbury is provided by Atomic Data. Apple Autos, Bud Light Seltzer, Cutwater, Dark Horse, La Marca Prosecco, Fairfield Inn and Suite Shakopee, Gallagher, Greystone Construction, Holiday Inn Express and Suites Shakopee, JTR Roofing, Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Star Tribune, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond. Come the babies, and they're racing. Grace Alace popped sweetly, and so did Withstand the Storm from the 8th spot, but it's Bob's Business with terrific early speed. It's Bob's Business, puts 2 on the field right out of the gate. The filly Sharpened is just to the inside of Withstand the Storm, and outside of that is Jersey Wannabe. Fisherman Oscar 10 lengths from the lead, striding out. After that, Prestigiously Wild, 4 clear from Grace Alace. Way back in last is Imagine Dragon. But up top, It's Bob's Business has run away by 6. It's Bob's Business into the final furlong, leading it from Withstand the Storm. Outside of that, Fisherman Oscar and Sharpened. But nobody is beating Bob. And Bob's Business is debuting victoriously under a triple hammerlock at the wire. 3-horse photo for place.
Well, the first baby race of the year, and it's Bob's Business, took money all afternoon and ran to the hype. Impressive debut for the Lothenbach Stables, and Joel Bernst's barn continues to roll. He and Mac Robertson really establishing themselves as the top two barns so far at the meet. We've got a lot of racing left through July, August, and into September, but you got to love when those 2-year-olds jump out there, because now you get to watch these horses as they progress through. I thought Troy Bethke's horse for Karen Offerman ran a really good second, but nobody was beating the 4 in the lid lifter. We move on to race number 2, and this is a 5.5 furlong race for the older horses, for claimers. Love the claiming races at Canterbury. It's kind of the poker game. If they drop in class, will their horse get claimed? Are they trying to steal that purse, or are they trying to get rid of the horse? And that's kind of the handicap angles you have to have. And one of the horses we're going to talk about right off the hop here is the one horse who's going turf to dirt and on a pretty decent drop. This is Profound One with Harry Hernandez. Right away when you see Harry Hernandez get on, it catches your eye. The horse showed some speed in that turf race, but that was against $20,000 claimers. Now in for 10, early speed from the inside at 5.5. Certainly one of the contenders here in race number 2. The 2 horse is a Minnesota bred facing Open Company. That's always another interesting handicapping angle, because this horse could be facing only state breds and probably have an easier time of it, but they choose to go against Open Company. Luis Valenzuela rides this one. Hasn't raced since September. And that's the pesky part of the equation. That's a long layoff. Plus, we've been racing since the middle of May, so we're over a month and a half into the season. I like the workouts that the horse does show. I trust the trainer. The Silva barn's going well. We saw them win another race yesterday, and you get a jockey that's good out of the gate, a horse that probably sits near the front but not enough speed to probably take the lead. I thought the horse was a contender. I picked the horse third. Sir Bon Bon is up on the board at a 7-2 number, so the horse is getting bet in the early stages here before the horses come out of the enclosure. My top pick is the 3. It's nothing too creative here. I just like the way Just Right Mike comes into this race, and it's Joel Berndt, the trainer that won the first race, the barn that's going so well right now. I thought Just Right Mike maybe could clear off here with Luis Fuentes. That's the go-to rider in the barn. If you go back to those last couple of dirt races, those fractions were legit. 22 flat, 22 and 2, 22 and 3, and this horse had opened up nice leads in those races. So I think Just Right Mike might be the speed of the speed, and at 5.5 furlongs, if he can ever get clear of this field, he'll be tough to catch. That's my top pick in the race at 8-5. Number 4 is Missawa. Jermaine Bridgemahan gets the call for Wade Rarick. This horse exits a very, very fast race. 44-4 to the half mile. Should appreciate the drop in class. Should appreciate the shorter trip. I have the horse second in my analysis, and at 5-1, he will be a key player in my exactas and trifectas. Here comes a big closer. I've talked about a lot of speed in this race. The pace of the race looks like it's going to be pretty honest, and if that's the case, watch out for Braska. Kelsey Hard did it again last night. She got left in the gate in a particular race, was way, way behind the field, and then she circled the wagons and looked like a slingshot turning for home. So if she gets that trip here and the fractions are real fast for Robert Klein, Braska could be a very dangerous horse in the late stages. Look for the 5 to try to pick him up and lay him down in the Canterbury stretch. Number 6 is Elusive Freud. Lindy Wade gets the call here. This horse has another turf to dirt class drop angle. Kind of the same thing with the inside horse. Has faced better competition. Has good stalking speed from an attack post. I'm a little surprised by that 8-1 price. I thought this horse would be closer to 3 or 4-1. Looks like a value right now up on the board for Elusive Freud. Final horse in line is the 7. Big price here. This is Warning Label. Another Robert Klein charge. And do note that Kelsey Haar is the go-to rider, and she's ridden both these horses, and she shows up on the 5. I get that. This horse will be closer to the pace, though, and probably gets first run. Warning Label with Zeke Laura is 13-1. It's very warm, but it's cloudy out here in the paddock, and these horses are behaving well. I thought a couple of horses really looked good, including the horse off the layoff. I wanted to see what Sir Bon Bon looked like, having not raced in September, but I'm looking at the horse right now, not a drop of sweat, good muscle, and maybe those workouts are legit. So I thought the 2 made a good impression. I also think the 5 with Kelsey Haar makes a very good impression here physically in the paddock. Can anyone catch Just Right Mike, though? Mike looks like the speed of the speed. Second half of the double. Claimers going 5.5 furlongs. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Sir Leonard Dykkert's call to the post brings them onto the track for the second race. Courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle provider to Canterbury Park. Just 5 minutes. into the gate, and it is now post time for the second race. Elusive Freud, one of several in the race on the class drop. Warning label goes in. And they're racing. Warning label pops sweetly from the outside. So did the bookender, Profound One. And on that class drop, Profound One and Harry take the lead by a neck. Just right, Mike clings to that one. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that, the class dropping Miswa. And that one's covering up Senor Bonbon. Then we come to Elusive Freud to the inside of Warning Label. And Nebraska's last. And up top, we have a two-headed breakneck pace battle. They travel nearly in perfect harmony, and Just Right Mike is trying to edge away. Profound One fights on. Outside of that, Miswa's making a sharp move, and tracking that one is Elusive Floyd, running by Senor Bonbon, who's only 5 lengths out of it. 3.5 clear from Warning Label, and Nebraska's running on. They're into the final 250, and Just Right Mike on the grind. Just Right Mike in tightly with Miswa. Outside of that, Elusive Freud, then Nebraska on the wide side. Just Right Mike living up to the even money hype, and the trainer sweeps the double. Just Right Mike prevails. 3-4-6 in race 2. Three, Just Right Mike first in 105.39. The numbers. Three, 4, 6, 2. And the second race is official. Superfecta, $11.84. That's the top 4 finishers in a given race, 3, 4, 6, 2 here. And the bet begins at a dime. Trainer swept the double, paid $3.30. That 3-4 exacta, $6.90. The trifecta went chalk all evens and paid $15.45. Third race begins the 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. No scratches, no rider changes in the third race. That one is provided by Cutwater and Cutwater Cocktails. It's on track level across from Bo Diddley's. Check out a new attraction, Cutwater Cocktails. To the winner's enclosure, Just Right Mike and Luis Fuentes. The winning trainer, Joe Burnt Racing, and Kent Larson own Just Right Mike. Now, the winner was claimed for $10,000. The new trainer, Tony Rengstorff. The new owners, Wasabi Ventures. Winner tagged 10K, Rengstorff, Wasabi. And they're racing. Warning label popped sweetly from the outside. So did the bookender, Profound One. And on that class drop, Profound One and Harry take the lead by a neck. Just Right Mike clings to that one. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that, the class dropping Miswa. And that one's covering up Senor Bonbon. Then we come to Elusive Freud to the inside of Warning Label. And Nebraska's last. And up top, we have a two-headed breakneck pace battle. They travel nearly in perfect harmony, and Just Right Mike is trying to edge away. Profound One fights on. Outside of that, Miswa's making a sharp move, and tracking that one is Elusive Floyd, running by Senor Bonbon, who's only 5 lengths out of it. 3.5 clear from Warning Label, and Nebraska's running on. They're into the final 250, and Just Right Mike on the grind. Just Right Mike in tightly with Miswa. Outside of that, Elusive Freud, then Nebraska on the wide side. Just Right Mike living up to the even money hype, and the trainer sweeps the double. Just Right Mike prevails. 3-4-6 in.
Hi, guys. Kevin Gorg up in the press box as we get ready for our power play of the night. We try to isolate a horse on the card that you can focus in on, whether it be a pick 5, maybe a key in the exacta or trifecta. It's going to come up in race number 5. It's number 2, looking for 8. Interesting older horse. If you look at the running lines here, this is an 8-year-old, yet good trainers have dove in on this horse 4 times since December. Back-to-back times at Canterbury, this horse has been claimed. And when you watch this horse run, you see the numbers here in shot could be 2 for 3. Super impressive. Now, last time out, the 2 horse here behind the pace, this horse looks like a certain winner as they rank around or run around that far turn. Embattled leaders, horse full of run, doing what he always seems to do. This is an older horse that just gets it. But the athletic ability that this horse shows, because what looked like an easy win ends up being a very challenging situation as they come around the turn. Watch the horse with the striped helmet right there veer out. You can see behind that horse is looking for 8. Stopping all momentum. At that point, a lot of horses will go on and run up the track, but not this horse. Super impressive how they stay together, stay the course, and then rally brilliantly down the stretch. Look at him regather momentum after really basically being stopped. Draw off on the wide side. This is an impressive effort. This does not look like a claiming horse whatsoever. And I know it's a claim off of a really good trainer in Broberg, but look at the way this horse finishes that race after being basically cold stopped at the top of the stretch. The pace will be honest. I'm going to use this horse all over my exotic tickets. Race 5, number 2, looking for 8. Let's cash together.
Don't go out tonight. It's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise.
And now we move on to race number 3. The early double goes the way of the Burnt Barn. And we go 6 furlongs in our third race today. 7 will go to post in this one. It's a pretty nice group that got assembled. It wasn't as easy as just Joel Burnt. I mean, it's a very deep group. I went a different direction with Bayou Benny on the outside. Right now, your favorite's right in the middle. Give 'em Heck Beck. The money's been kind of going all over the place in the early stages of betting. So let's start on the rail with Chicken Truck. Now, Chicken Truck is one that Kevin Gorg wanted to select but didn't end up doing in this group. He's only had one start this year, and he did show some speed while doing so. He might have to contend with an awful lot to his outside in this early speed department, and Chicken Truck I thought could benefit from another start. He has one previously on the front end. That was at Indiana in 2020. Been a little while since that time, though. And Chicken Truck, again, I'm going to look for a little bit further down the line. Right now, he's 22-1. 7-2, the price on Dr. Oscar, who started off his career with a bang last year and started off his 3-year-old year with a bang last time around. He won by a couple of lengths over Happy Hour Bobby and Cousin Vinny's a Canuck. That was a very, very impressive effort considering the slow start that Dr. Oscar had that day. He's a 3-year-old. He does have some other older competition to his outside in here. That was about the only strike I had against him. He makes just as much sense as anybody in here. And you still get 7-2 on a horse who is batting at 50% and 2 for 3 here at Canterbury. Lots of things to like about Dr. Oscar. Sisaway now has been scratched a couple of times and finally makes his way to the races. And Sisaway now does look very good down here in the paddock. He hasn't run since April 13th, but he broke his maiden at 45-1 at Oaklawn Park. This one can be ready off freshening. Mac Robertson's had an excellent early part of the meet. Alex Kinchari will be aboard this one, and this one kind of cold on the board, I gotta say, at 5-1. Usually they're a little bit heavier bet than this. Give 'em Heck Beck, like I said, was taking lots of early money. He was second last time behind Excel. Excel has found a home going 6.5 furlongs, though. Give 'em Heck Beck ran very valiantly in defeat. He was on the front end that day. This one had been coming from off the pace previously at both Turf Paradise and up here at Canterbury, where he was third 2 starts back. Give 'em Heck Beck is one that gets a lot of second place finishes, though. I would use this horse maybe underneath 8-5 for a horse that is one for 24, but certainly in some of the best form of his life. Coach Happy didn't break very well last time. You can probably toss that one out. He got left at the start and had to close in all the way down the backside and on the turn. At 5 furlongs, that's not an easy task. Coach Happy ran much better previously at Oaklawn Park when he broke his maiden at second asking for Brad Cox. They claimed him out of that start. Right now you get 11-1 on him and the horse just to his right in Lapis Lazuli, not taking much money. Little surprising for the barn that won the first 2 races of the day. Lapis Lazuli comes off the turf course. I liked him that day. He didn't run a step. He ran 6th that day behind stablemate King of the Kids. That was going a mile, so they cut him back. They put him back on the main track. This is what he does a little bit better, it seems, at this point. And Lapis Lazuli, an excellent value on the board at 12-1. Tony Ringstorff is walking my way, and he does not look happy that I've put his horse on top. Sorry, Bayou Benny looks very tough in this group. He ran excellent last time just from off the pace, won by 3. Looking for the same sort of thing today at 5-2. They'll go to the post for the third in about 9 minutes as they head out of the paddock. But in the meantime, we have a power play, we have a pick 5, we have all sorts of things coming your way courtesy of Kevin Gorg. Stay tuned.
The call to the post brings them onto the track for the third race, beginning the 50-cent pick 5. We have no scratches. We have no rider changes here in race number 3. We thank the Star Tribune for summer sponsorship. Don't forget to follow Jay Litza's Canterbury Park predictions in the sports section each and every day. And Beer Fest is August 13th at Canterbury. Hundreds of craft brews for you to sample. That's August 13th. Get information at canterburypark.com.
All right, fans, it's time for the 50-cent pick 5 with the 10% takeout, lowest in the industry. We've talked about it throughout the afternoon. Very, very tough sequence of races. This one really could pay. I'm going to use 3 horses here, and I don't even know if I've got enough. I'm going to use the 3 Sisaway now with Alex Conchari. I'm going to use my long shot, my top pick, number 6, Lapis Lazuli. And I think the most obvious winner here is the 7. I think Bayou Benny gets a great tracking trip outside. I could have gone 5 or 6 deep, but I've got 5 horses in leg number 2, so I had to pare it down here and hope to survive leg 1, which is going to be tough. Now, in the 4th race, I do go 5 deep. 2, 4, 6, 7, and 9. My top pick being the 2 Jailhouse Kitten, who likely ends up the second choice in that race. Now we've got to start paring it down. Race 5, I talked about looking for 8. Almost singled the horse, but I'm going to use a backup here. I'm going to use the 6, who might be Lone Speed in Prince Rama. I think 2 and 6 will get us through that race. Then in the 6th, I'm going to use the 3, Bruce's Girl, big closer, saving all that ground. Then the 10, Foxglove, and the 11, She's Extremely Hot. A very tough turf race. Got a mix of prices there. And then my strongest opinion in the sequence is at the end of this pick 5. That's number 8, Casey's Law, Conchari for Mac Robertson. I think that horse with that post position is sitting on a big effort tonight. 3, 6, 7 with 2, 4, 6, 7, 9 with 2, 6 with 3, 10, 11. Close it out by singling the 8. It is a $45 ticket. It is the 10% takeout pick 5. An awesome sequence tonight. You can't win it, fans, if you don't get in it. Either play my ticket, modify it, put your own ticket in. But this could be juicy. You want to be involved in the pick 5, and it starts in a little over 3 minutes, so get those bets in now.
And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome legendary Hall of Fame basketball coach Jay Pivick to Canterbury Park. Welcome, Jay. HOF. And they're racing. Give 'em heck. Beck gives him heck out of the gate, but has been overtaken by a speedy Dr. Oscar. And the Doctors operating, leading by 2. After that, Sisway now. Then on the outside, Bayou Benny finds the feet to be about 2.5 lengths from the lead and is running by Give 'em heck Beck. Oscar leads nearly 1. Chicken Truck is 7 lengths from the lead to the inside of Lapis Lazuli. Then the one in last is Coach Happy and only 8 lengths from the front, chasing Dr. Oscar. It is Dr. Oscar from Bayou Benny. Right behind them, Sisaway now. On the outside, Give 'em heck Beck is circumnavigating into action about 2 lengths from the front. Behind that one, Lapis Lazuli and Chicken Truck, and still nothing from Coach Happy. Dr. Oscar needs to get busy. Dr. Oscar leads it by 1.5. It looks to be a widening 1.5. Bayou Benny still plugging away to the outside. Then it's Sisaway now and Give 'em heck Beck, but they ran into a tough Doctor who's operating in the winner's circle. Dr. Oscar, wrong lead, right place, said circle. The third race is official. That's 2 in a row for the Doctor, Dr. Oscar. And the winning owner is Pete Matson, who also bred the Doctor in Minnesota. The winning rider, Chad Lindsay. David Van Winkle is the winning trainer. Dr. Oscar is a 3-year-old Bay Colt by Shackelford out of Miss Dark. The fourth race is 20 minutes from now, and we head to a firm turf course for race number 4. The rail is at 15 feet. Scratch number 6, I Will, Yeah, and 9, Exeter, is picked up by Alex Conchari. The fourth race at Canterbury is courtesy of Maker's Mark and makersmark.com. And they're racing. Give 'em heck. Beck gives 'em heck out of the gate, but has been overtaken by a speedy Dr. Oscar. And the Doctor's operating, leading by 2. After that, Sisway Now. Then on the outside, Bayou Benny finds the feet to be about 2.5 lengths from the lead and is running by Give 'em heck. Beck. Oscar leads nearly 1. Chicken Truck is 7 lengths from the lead to the inside of Lapis Lazuli. Then the one in last is Coach Happy and only 8 lengths from the front, chasing Dr. Oscar. It is Dr. Oscar from Bayou Benny. Right behind them, Sisaway Now. On the outside, Give 'em heck. Beck is circumnavigating into action about 2 lengths from the front. Behind that one, Lapis Lazuli and Chicken Truck. And still nothing from Coach Happy. Dr. Oscar needs to get busy. Dr. Oscar leads it by 1.5. It looks to be a widening 1.5. Bayou Benny still plugging away to the outside. Then it's Sisaway Now and Give 'em heck. Beck, but they ran into a tough Doctor who's operating in the winner's circle. Dr. Oscar, wrong lead, right place, said circle.
Dark clouds of fear are going away. Now that you're here, I'm going to stay. 'Cause it's lovely to see you again, my friend. on my door, and even the score with your eyes. Lovely to see you again, my friend. Walk along with me to the next bend. Lovely to see you again, my friend.
Moody Blues, lovely to see you again, my friend. Featuring
you.
Russ Vandell. Russ Vandell, Steve Netzel, and Dave Parson on vocals.
Bad. They on me when times are bad. When the day comes and you're down in the river of trouble, babe, and you're trying not to drown. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Said hold on. Don't you worry, hold on, I'm coming, hold on, I'm coming, hold on, I'm coming.
Eddie Floyd, not Sam and Dave, hold on, I'm coming. Brown-Eyed Girl. Brown-Eyed Girl, there we go. I'd like to do a Van Morrison song. Some of you may have heard it. You can actually sing along. Some parts are very difficult, but I think you can handle it. It's what is it, Dave? I can't. La 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 la. Yeah. Yeah. La ti da. That's it. That's it. 1, 2, 3.
Playing a new game, lapping and running.
Another Pete Matson sighting in the winner's circle. Look at that handsome devil. And how about Dr. Oscar on the A game tonight? 109 and change. Super impressive for David Van Winkle. Congrats to the connections, and congrats to our tip sheet guy. Super Stats Dave is 3 for 3. That green tip sheet, still $2. Same price it was back in 1985. It's like going back in time with Michael J. Fox. $2. And Super Stats Dave, the tip sheet. A steamy night and a steamy set of picks. He's 3 for 3. Here comes race 4. We go to the turf. It's going to be challenging for Super Stats, myself, and any other handicapper, because these turf races tonight are loaded. Really fun races to handicap. We'll start with number 1, Unbroken Song. Jockey Roman looks for his second one on the card for Nevada Litfin. The pesky part for me is this horse is 0 for 11 on the grass. Now, the speed figures, especially going back to early May when the meet just got going, that 65 number's decent enough. But I'll have to see more. 24 to 1 saves all the ground inside. I like the 2 a little bit here. This is Jailhouse Kitten. We get a drop in class. We get Lindy Wade, which is certainly good. And last time out had the wrong part of the pace. Was up on the front, dueling, and didn't care for it. I think they can sit back a little bit tonight. The horse looks good, showing some energy down here as the 7-year-old gelding, looking good down in the paddock. I think we can sit off the pace and pounce when it counts. 2 to 1 on Jailhouse Kitten. Number 3 is Tizona. Harry Hernandez gets the call here for the Wong Barn. The blinkers come off. The horse takes a slight drop in class. Turf record's pretty good too. 7 career wins on the grass. So over 15 on the fast dirt, but seems to love it on the lawn. And you get good connections, and 5 to 2. Angela Herman and our Star Tribune guy, Jay Litza, are very fond of number 4, Chocolate Ice Cream. And I get the angle here. It's Carl Broberg off the claim. He's one of the best claiming trainers in the country, year in and year out. So when he goes in and buys a horse for his connections, they seem to win. And End Zone Athletics is one of his top ones. Third off the layoff, a good workout. Luis Fuentes, plenty to like, including the price at 7 to 2. I believe one of the horses to beat is Chocolate Ice Cream. 5 is Cramden, the Q. Alonzo Quinones for Tim Padilla. Last time out, hopped at the start and basically lost all chance. You can draw a line through that. The turf numbers at Tampa Bay Downs, very solid. And Tampa shippers do well on our turf. Not really understanding 30 to 1. That doesn't make sense. 8 to 1 morning line. I would mix that horse into your tries and supers at 30 to 1. That's way too big a price on those connections. 6 is I Will. Yeah. Jermaine Bridgemahan for Chip Woolley. Derby winning trainer. Horse that's got good turf figures. Oh man, good connections too. What a cool betting race. That horse is scratched. So we'll skip to number 7, Optimistic Valor. Luis Negron for the Silva gang. Last time out had a rough go of it, finishing 9th. Gets a needed drop in class, and you get 7 to 1. 8 is Casanova, in from Oaklawn Park, off since May. You get Diodoro at a price. That doesn't happen very often. Diodoro and that charge, 5 to 1. Such a good trainer, 30% trainer. So we're not used to seeing that number on anything Robertino sends to our racetrack. Number 9 might be the speed of the race. Watch out for Alex Conchari. He's got a gift for getting horses loose on the lead. I think Exeter might do just that, and we'll see it 8 to 1. Looks like a nice long shot for your exotic wagers. What a cool race this is. Turf racing, who do you like? Awesome looking race. Race number 8. They'll be at the gate in around 8 right now onto the track. We meet the bugler. We get the call to the post. Good luck and enjoy.
with the late pick 4 coming up, we got to find an angle in here. And we actually have an angle that will apply to 2 legs of this late pick 4. You're going to want to grab a pen, circle a couple of horses because they come from very profitable connections. And that is the angle for tonight. Now, we talk a lot about Luis Fuentes teaming up with Joel Burnt, but don't overlook the very profitable combo of Carl Broberg and Luis Fuentes. Now, they don't team up as often as Joel Burnt and Luis Fuentes do, but when they do, these are their numbers at the meet thus far. With 16 starts, they've won with 6 of their animals. 9 have finished in the money. Now, that's pretty good. I mean, nothing to shake a stick at. They're flatbed profit. But if you specify that down even further, and they're going to do this a couple of times tonight, to their turf races together, this is the number that you get. 5 horses, 7 starts, 4 wins. They win at 57%, and they're in the money 71% of the time. To break it down even further, if you took 1 horse out of the mix, they haven't missed the board with any of them. Luis Fuentes and Carl Broberg are going to team up in this race with Chocolate Ice Cream, as you can see. And if you go a couple of races down the line, they're going to team up with a first-time turf horse named A Part of My Charm. Now, he claimed her 2 back, and like Kevin mentioned, this is one of the best barns in the game with claiming horses. They claimed her 2 starts ago. It didn't work out on the dirt. You can see they moved this horse up to Allowance Company, went 1 turn on the turf or on the dirt. That's fine. This horse is bred just fine for the turf, and you get that tandem of Fuentes and Broberg. That's the angle for tonight, and you're going to want to use both of those horses in that pick 4 ticket that you put together, and that's just what I did. Now that's going to start in 3 minutes here in the 4th. My ticket's about to pop up with the 4 Chocolate Ice Cream as my top selection. I did use a couple of long shots in here. I took Casanova second, but I didn't use him in my pick 4. Casanova is not a horse that I look to hit the board. The ticket will come up on the screen at some point, but I did use 4, 5, and 8 in this group. 4, 5, and 8 crammed in at a big price, 16-1. Not sure where the ticket is, but in 3 minutes, that one will take off. I used a few of them in here. Chocolate Ice Cream being that Broberg and Fuentes horse that I did put on top in here. Moving on to race number 5, they go 6.5 furlongs, and the horse that I took on top, Prince Rama, I thought might be lone speed in this group. It's going to be a lot to ask, but if Prince Rama can somehow shake loose and get comfortable maybe with a 45 sort of fraction, something like that, I thought that he'd be very tough to run down. Now, Prince Rama might not get clear. Mrs. Beans has a little bit of speed, but I didn't see anybody quite with his brand of speed. So I did take him on top and used a couple of logical horses that I thought would be towards the front end, like Cumberland Avenue, like Mrs. Beans on that ticket as well. I tried to fade the closers in that. It is going to be tough. If they go fast, I could be completely wrong, and those 3 might finish last, second last, and third last, but I took the opinion that they might race away from their competition. Now in race number 6, they go back to the turf, and that's the second of those Carl Broberg horses ridden by Luis Fuentes. A Part of My Charm is not going to be my top pick in there. Instead, I went with both Kevin and mine's top pick of Foxglove, along with Jewel Azul. I'm going to use her in second and keep her off the ticket. I went 3, 5, 10, and 11. These are all horses with very different styles, but that race could go any number of ways as far as the pace goes. It's the most wide open race on our card, and if you enjoy vertical betting, you're going to want to take a closer look at the 6th. I like Foxglove, but I don't like her, obviously, as a very definitive favorite on top, and I don't think that we'll get 8-1 either. Now, Casey's Law in race number 7 made a very good debut. Casey's Law got out to a very clear lead, got run down by his stablemate, kind of started wandering around in the stretch, but anything close to that effort would establish Casey's Law as the horse to beat. Rather than using him and the rail horse, who got in a little bit of trouble in his last win that he was subsequently disqualified from, I'm just going to use Casey's Law, and that's where you get that $18 ticket. You've only got 1 minute left to do it. A very, very interesting race to start things off. 5-2 on Chocolate Ice Cream for me. We'll see if the angle pulls through again, and Luis Fuentes and Carl Broberg find themselves in the winner's circle on the turf.
Big screen, Statsy, the Dave Handling Group has arrived. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and good luck with Dave's Faves. They're at the gate. It is now post time. Turf time at Canterbury Park, closing the post time pick 4. It has gone favorite, 2-1 shot. The favorite here, Tizona, 2.5-1. Chocolate Ice Cream, one of 2 8-year-olds in the race, 3-1. And they're racing. Chocolate Ice Cream was off a bit slowly. Very awkward beginning for Optimistic Valor. Meanwhile, Tizona avoided all of the traffic out of the gate, and Tizona and Harry Hernandez fly away to the early lead. Cramden moves into second. After that is Exeter and Alexander 3 wide. Then we come to Optimistic Valor back on the track, 5 from the speed, and to the outside of Jailhouse Kitten. Chocolate Ice Cream, 7 from the front, right next to fellow 8-year-old Unbroken Song to the inside, and now has been overtaken by Casanova to the outside. 9 covers them, and they're chasing Tizona. Tizona looking to Tizone the race and leads it by 3 as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side in race 4. And Tizona scoots clear by 3.5. In second is Exeter. Sole alone in second, 1.5, 2 clear from Cramden to the outside of Jailhouse Kitten. After that, it is Casanova steadily advancing. Outside of that, Optimistic Valor undoubtedly 5 wide around the turn, and Tizona's lead has diminished to a half. Chocolate Ice Cream is 7 from the front as Exeter attacks Tizona. Then in last is Unbroken Song, still about 8 or 9 from front to back, and Tizona still has the lead. Tizona and Harry popped the gate, opened up 3, and now the lead is tenuous. Tizona with the red shadow roll in front, Exeter the outside, and on the far outside, Optimistic Valor's finishing okay. Chocolate Ice Cream comes sneaking through beautifully, and Unbroken Song is the gray from last with Jailhouse Kitten. Chocolate Ice Cream didn't melt. 4-2. Photo finish and 3 claims. Photo finish and 3 claims. Result of the photo shows four, 2, 9, 1. The winner, chocolate ice cream, was claimed for $7,500. Patrick Fields is the owner-trainer. That is the winner, chocolate ice cream, returns to the care of Patrick Fields. 7, Optimistic Valor, claimed, same price. The trainer, Larry Donlin Jr., for Brent and Susan Kennedy. And 8, Cashinova, claimed, $7,500. Carl Broberg, Rocket Wrench Racing. 3 claims from race 4, all for $7,500. Cashinova, Broberg, Rocket Wrench, Optimistic Valor, Donlin Jr., the Kennedys, and Chocolate Ice Cream, Fields. And to the winner's enclosure, the 8-year-old Chocolate Ice Cream and our leading rider, Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, End Zone Athletics, and the winning trainer, Carl Broberg. The 4th race is official. The post time pick 4 paid $41.15. 5th race, back to the fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes in race number 5. And they'll be to the gate about 22 minutes from now. This one is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park, and also providers of Pepsi Family Day, which this Sunday is at 4 p.m. Sunday, we race beginning at 4 p.m., and we have a fireworks extravaganza following the races on Sunday. One of 2 8-year-olds in the race, 3-1. And that racing, Chocolate Ice Cream was off a bit slowly. Very awkward beginning for Optimistic Valor. Meanwhile, Tizona avoided all of the traffic out of the gate, and Tizona and Harry Hernandez fly away to the early lead. Cramden moves into second. After that is Exeter and Alexander 3 wide. Then we come to Optimistic Valor back on the track, 5 from the speed, and to the outside of Jailhouse Kitten. Chocolate Ice Cream, 7 from the front, right next to fellow 8-year-old Unbroken Song to the inside, and now has been overtaken by Cashinova to the outside. 9 covers them, and they're chasing Tizona. Tizona looking to Tizone the race and leads it by 3 as they head up the Canterbury Park Barnside in race 4, and Tizona scoots clear by 3.5. In second is Exeter, Soul Alone in second, 1.5, 2 clear from Cramden to the outside of Jailhouse Kitten. After that, it is Cashinova steadily advancing. Outside of that, Optimistic Valor undoubtedly 5 wide around the turn, and Tizona's lead has diminished to a half. Chocolate Ice Cream is 7 from the front as Exeter attacks Tizona. Then in last is Unbroken Song, still about 8 or 9 from front to back, and Tizona still has the lead. Tizona and Harry popped the gate, opened up 3, and now the lead is tenuous. Tizona with the red shadow roll in front, Exeter the outside, and on the far outside, Optimistic Valor's finishing okay. Chocolate Ice Cream comes sneaking through beautifully, and Unbroken Song is the gray from last with Jailhouse Kitten. Chocolate Ice Cream didn't melt.
Inside my car, I got pictures, got candy, I'm a lovable man. I can take you to the nearest star. I'm your vehicle woman, I take you anywhere you want to go. I'm your vehicle baby, of that I'm sure you know. That I love you, need you, want to, got to have you, child. Great God in heaven, you know I love you. You know I do. I love you, want to, got to have you, child. Great God in heaven, you know I love you. I love you, need you, want to, got to have you, child. Great God in heaven, you know I love you.
Vehicle hides a march. Thank you.
Thank you.
We actually, if you can believe this, looking at this group, had a hit record in the Northland in 1970. And yeah, song called Dreams. And we feel we're responsible for a number of children who are 1970, 30, 20, about 52, 53 years old. Anyway, so a song called Dreams features Dave on vocals.
1, 2, 3, 4. Every night I see you in my dreams, and you look so sad. And I know that I can reach you, girl, and I feel so bad. And I feel so bad.
Up top, It's Bob's Business has run away by 6. It's Bob's Business into the final furlong, leading it from Withstand the Storm. Outside of that, Fisherman, Oscar, and Sharpened, but nobody is beating Bob, and Bob's Business is debuting victoriously. Under a triple hammerlock at the wire, 3-horse Photo for place. on, who's only 5 lengths out of it, 3.5 clear from Warning Label, and Braska's running on. They're into the final 250, and Just Right Mike on the grind. Just Right Mike in tightly with Miswa. Outside of that, Elusive Freud, then Braska on the wide side. Just Right Mike living up to the even money hype, and the trainer sweeps the double. Just Right Mike prevails. 3-4-6 in race. Dr. Oscar needs to get busy. Dr. Oscar leads it by 1.5. It looks to be a widening 1.5. Bayou Benny still plugging away to the outside. Then it's Sisaway now and Give 'em Heck Beck, but they ran into a tough Doctor who's operating in the winner's circle. Dr. Oscar, wrong lead, right place, said circle. Tizona and Harry popped the gate, opened up 3, and now the lead is tenuous. Tizona with the red shadow roll in front, Exeter the outside, and on the far outside, Optimistic Valor's finishing okay. Chocolate Ice Cream comes sneaking through beautifully, and Unbroken Song is the gray from last with Jailhouse Kitten. Chocolate Ice Cream didn't melt.
But I'm not gonna let him catch me, no. Not gonna let him catch a midnight rider.
Gotta love turf racing out here at Canterbury Park. That one comes down to a head bobber, Chocolate Ice Cream, and Jailhouse Kitten. 2 heavily fancied horses at the windows. Took a photo to decide it. 4-horse gets the money. Carl Broberg continues to shine. And now we move back to the dirt, and we go to 6.5 furlongs. This is a quirky sprint distance, and that extra half furlong can make a difference. Keep that in mind while you're handicapping this race. Looks like a really good race to find some value. In fact, my second selection in the race, the 6, at last I saw, Prince Rama, who looks like maybe will get the favorable part of the pace side of this race, was double digits. And right now, 15-1 surprises me a bit. But we'll start with number 1, Dynamic Ruler, Alonso Quinones for Chip Woolley. 3 for 45 is pesky. So is the inside post out of the chute. I do not like the inside post in these 6.5 furlong races. This horse does have enough speed to overcome that. Is third time off the layoff, and you get that Derby winning trainer wrapped up in a nice package at 18-1. I'm very fancy of number 2 here. I am a big fan of Looking for 8. Luis Valenzuela for Cody Rosine on the cutback. And at 6.5 furlongs, I always lean towards horses that have route experience, and that's exactly the deal. We talked about it in our power play. This horse was cold stop turning for home last time, showed some nice athletic ability and the will to win. 2 for 3 at Canterbury. I think there's enough pace in the race. Looks good enough down here in the paddock. I'll go looking for 8, looking for a win at 9-5. Number 3 is the speed of the speed. It's Mrs. Beans. Strange name for a gelding, but the horse can run. Ran in that key race that I'm talking about against Looking for 8. Did the dirty work on the front end. Now, if Lindy Wade can get loose and slow things down, this horse could be a real problem shortening up off those route races. Looks really good down here in the paddock. 3-1's a fair number. Catch Mrs. Beans if you want to cash here in the 5th. Number 4 is Reef's Destiny, Robert Klein, Kelsey Haar, and a closer in from Oakland. I've seen this movie before. Watch out for Kelsey in the stretch. She'll try the slingshot here, but she'll need the pace. This horse is 3 for 33 lifetime, 6 starts at Canterbury, 3 for 6 in the trifecta. Some angles for sure, but more underneath for me in the tries and superfectas. Same story with number 5, Storm in Hong Kong. Harry Hernandez for Chris Richard, 4 for 38. So another nibbler, in my opinion, that absolutely can be a key part of your tries and supers. But on the win end, I agree with the way the fans are wagering so far. 5-1 is about as low as I'd go on a horse that's going to be coming from well back tonight. 6 horses, that sneaky long shot I talked about. This is Prince Rama. Luis Fuentes for Francisco Bravo. Just exits faster races. And if this horse can work out a trip and sit off of Mrs. Beans, I think this horse is a major player at 12-1. This horse will be the key to my trifectas and superfectas. I need to get the 6 in there. And I'll tell you one thing, this 6 looks spectacular in the walking ring. Good energy, good looking coat, not too much sweat on this steamy Thursday night. Number 7 is Cumberland Avenue. Carlo Lopez for Robertino Diodoro. Last 2 starts have been at Oakland Park and Thistledown. We don't get a lot of Thistledown shippers here at Canterbury, but as I mentioned earlier, when Robertino Diodoro puts a horse on the track, I'm going to pay attention. The guy wins at 30% here, Saratoga, Churchill, doesn't matter. He's a winning trainer. This horse has the outside attack post. If the pace is fast, certainly can get a piece. And they're betting too. 5-2 is a low price on that horse. The fans are all over it. Race 5, 6 and a hook. Optional allowance claimers coming up, coming at you, and it's all next.
is without jockey Lindy Wade, who was flung. And he was sitting on the racetrack. Now he bounces up, and he's walking about behind the gate. That's rider Lindy Wade, our 2020 leading rider. And Lindy gingerly walks up to Mrs. Beans, who's 2.5 to 1. Remounts. Inman, take 2.
All right, I'm on.
And they're racing, and they've broken the line. Mrs. Beans looks to scoop all the beans, and Mrs. Beans pokes the head in front. Outside of that one is Reef's Destiny, and Reef's Destiny is just a neck from the lead. Even wider out is Storm in Hong Kong and Prince Rama, and we have 4 in a line in the middle stages of the backstretch. Right behind them, Dynamic Ruler, the 8-year-old's good to go on a steamy Thursday in Shakopee, and is to the inside of Cumberland Avenue, who is loping along wide, but only 2 lengths from the lead. And that clump of equine athletes have gone 13 lengths clear from looking for 8, looking for 3 wins in a row at 3.5 to 1. They're all bunched up as they come to the top of the stretch. And Prince Rama and Luis Fuentes, the leading jockey, have kicked away from Mrs. Beans. Outside Cumberland Avenue on that stretch out is languishing a tad. Behind them is Storm in Hong Kong. Then on the wide side, Reef's Destiny looking for 8, closing fast from behind, but still with a lot of work to do to catch Prince Rama. And the Prince is looking to become king in the winner's circle. It is Prince Rama at 3.5 to 1. That's a triple for our leading rider. 6-3-2 in race 5. Number 6, Prince Rama ran first, 6-3-2 for the top 3. Final time 116.02. Into the winner's enclosure, the victorious Prince Rama. Rama. 3 victories for Luis Fuentes. Prince Rama is owned by Mike Grossman, and the winning trainer, Francisco Bravo. The victorious Prince Rama is a 4-year-old bay son of Expect a Lot out of Diwali, bred in Minnesota by Eureka Thoroughbred Farm. Dead heat for 4th. We had a claim in race number 5. Number 2, looking for 8, was claimed by Tim Padilla. He is the owner-trainer. Tim Padilla claims looking for 8 for $12,500 and wins an 11-way shake for that too. The dead heat is between numbers 5 and 7. 5 and 7 for the dead heat. So the superfectas will be 6325 and 6327. The 5th race is official. 21.46 for the superfecta. Pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5, $30.55. That 6-3 exacta $23.50. The trifecta $54.65. The double $25.30. Race number 6 is about 20 minutes from now. Back to a firm turf course. Number 2, Rosy Cheeks, is picked up by Jermaine Bridgemahan. And scratch number 8 with her boots on. The superfecta with the 5 in 4th paid $13 and change. racing, and they broke in the line. Mrs. Beans looks to scoop all the beans, and Mrs. Beans pokes the head in front. Outside of that one is Reef's Destiny, and Reef's Destiny is just a neck from the lead. Even wider out is Storm in Hong Kong and Prince Rama, and we have 4 in a line in the middle stages of the backstretch. Right behind them, Dynamic Ruler, the 8-year-old's good to go on a steamy Thursday in Shakopee, and is to the inside of Cumberland Avenue, who is loping along wide but only 2 lengths from the lead. And that clump of equine athletes have gone 13 lengths clear from looking for 8, looking for 3 wins in a row at 3.5 to 1. They're all bunched up as they come to the top of the stretch, and Prince Rama and Luis Fuentes, the leading jockey, have kicked away from Mrs. Beans. Outside Cumberland Avenue on that stretch out is languishing a tad. Behind them is Storm in Hong Kong. Then on the wide side, Reef's Destiny looking for 8, closing fast from behind, but still with a lot of work to do to catch Prince Rama. And the Prince is looking to become king in the winner's circle. It is Prince Rama at 3.5 to 1. That's a triple for our leading rider. 6-3-2 in a
about 1965. Now you come along, signifying woman, sure gonna let me ride. Mustang Sally now, baby. I guess you better slow your Mustang down. You've been running all over town. Guess you have to put your flat feet on the ground. All you wanna do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you wanna do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you wanna do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you wanna do is ride around Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. You've been running all over town. Guess you have to put your flat feet on the ground. Now we're gonna get you guys to sing. All you have to sing is Ride, Sally, Ride. All you wanna do is ride around Sally. Hey.
Oh,
You sing like angels. All you wanna do is ride around Sally. Beautiful. All you wanna do is ride around Sally. You're in the choir. All you wanna do is ride around Sally.
Sing it out.
You've been running all over town. I guess you have to put your flat feet on the ground.
Mustang Sally. Wait a million years.
You guys are great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank
Michael,
you.
wait a million years. Wait a million years.
Wait a minute.
Crossroads. Wait a minute.
All of the lonely night, waiting for you to come, bringing your love to me. Longing to hold you tight, waiting for you to come, waiting all breathlessly. But I wait a million years, walk a million miles, cry a million tears. I climb the deepest sea, climb the highest hill, just to have you near me. As life is reality, when you are near to me, I am in ecstasy. It's worth all the pain and pride, baby, I just can't hide all that I feel inside. But I wait a million years, walk a million miles, cry a million tears. I'd swim the deepest sea, the highest hill, just to have you near me. A million years, I will cry for you a million tears. Baby, I'd be true a million years. I will follow you a million years. If you want me to, pacing the floor, detest, wet burning down my chest, till I can't love you less. It's worth all the pain inside, baby, I just can't hide all that I feel inside. But I wait a million years, walk a million miles, cry a million tears.
On these hot nights at the track, it pays to come out to the paddock. We talked a little bit about Prince Raman, how good that horse looked out here. Not a drop of sweat. Ran to those good looks. Sat just off the pace and pounced, turning for home. And Luis Fuentes with a hat trick. That's 3 wins in the saddle for Luis. He's had a brilliant season so far at Canterbury. And I marked this race down a couple days ago as the best betting race, maybe of the weekend. For sure on this card, the best betting race. I love turf. I love crowded fields. It magnifies good form. It magnifies good jockeys. And this is a humdinger. Let's get right to it. We'll start with number 1. Merlin's sister, Zeke Laura, gets the advantageous inside post. At no distance and no surface is the inside better than a route race on the grass. So the one horse gets a look automatically being down there. Just hasn't shown much lately and hasn't shown a lot on the grass. I'll need to see more to believe, but the Big Gray is up there at a big price, so you're going to get paid if this horse sneaks in to the Trier Super at 25-1. There is a ton of early speed in this race. Led by the Brigade is number 2, Rosy Cheeks, with Jermaine Bridgman. Put Bridgman in the saddle for this very talented filly that's bred here in Minnesota. 5 trips on our turf, 3 for 5 in the trifecta. Inside post with speed, likely going to save every inch of ground, and in good form too. 6-1. I believe a very fair price on Rosy Cheeks. With all the speed in the race, if you're looking for a closer to come get the money late, watch out for this horse. Number 3 is Bruce's Girl. Chironis gets the call for Beeler. Second off the layoff, faced tough company last time. Let's Skedaddle, who won that race, has returned to win since. And so the 3 horse has a more fit situation here second time back, exits a live race, and finds a race with a ton of early speed. Expect the 3 to be far back early, but I'm thinking the 3 is going to make a run. Looks good enough down here. Not a ton of energy, but no sweat. Healthy looking coat. Very nice looking filly is Bruce's Girl for Hazel Farm, a good friend of mine. Next in line is one of the longest shots on the board. It's Briar Thicket. Luis Valenzuela for Bobby Klein stretches out after sprinting at glitzy Oaklawn Park. 3 tries on the turf, has yet to hit the board. Does like to sit off the pace, so maybe can pick up some pieces with all the speed that's signed on, and part of that speed comes from number 5. Looks like a talented horse with a future. It's a part of my charm. Luis Fuentes, the red-hot jockey for Carl Broberg, who continues to sparkle training horses here. And, oh, yeah, faced a horse named Asina last time. Asina's been one of the fastest horses we've seen this summer at Canterbury. Good turf bloodlines, good early speed, good connections, hot jockey. You add it all up, and you get 3-1. Number 6 is Paint the Kitty. Carlo Lopez for Van Belvoort, in from Arizona. Went wire to wire last time against Maidens. This is deeper water tonight, though. We'll see if this horse can handle the heat early. Should be very prominent in that part of the race. 7 is Cupid's Love with Kelsey Haar for Patrick Fields. This horse last time took down a maiden race on our turf. Did so on the front end, but 48-4 for the half. Not going to see that tonight. We'll have to improve to contend here. Next in line, number 9, Mitness. Soda Nice, Harry Hernandez for Mike Beeler. After facing State Bred Allowance Company, now faces Open Company and is in good form. Should get a good trip from off the pace. I like the way the 9 is bouncing around down here in the paddock. My top pick in the race is going to be the 10. I'm going to try Foxglove. Last time out was way too close to the pace. I'm hoping that this horse can sit off the pace, and I trust Alonso Quinones and Tim Badilla is doing good things. I love the way the 10 looks down here. I'm on Foxglove at a number 2. That number is 10-1. 11 is She's Extremely Hot. Alex Conchari, speaking of hot, he's been hot. Every time he comes up here, he ends up in the winner's circle. Great jockey, good horse that should be rolling late. If you're going to do a try or super, I think the 11 is an absolute must-use. And the 12 horse might be the best horse on paper, but boy, that post from post 11 won't be a bargain for Lindy Wade. You get Chip Woolley, that Kentucky Derby winning trainer, and you get a fast pace. We'll see if PA's 12, Jewel Azul, can sparkle in the stretch. The Oracle also on that horse. What an amazing betting race. Best betting race of the night, maybe of the weekend. You don't want to get shut out here as the crowd thickens. So does the plot. It's race 6, it's turf, and it's all right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
We're down in the Mystic Lake Winter Circle, and it's time for a little Budweiser beer pong. Heck, it's Thirsty Thursday, so let's get some prizes to go along with our beer. Now, our contenders tonight are...
Wayne.
Wayne, what part of Illinois are you from?
What part of what?
Where are you from?
Oh, Eden Prairie.
Okay. And?
Garth.
Oh boy, okay. And neither one of you know what part of Illinois you're from? All right, that's fine, as long as you're good at beer pong. Listen, you get a chance to throw 3 balls into those red cups over there. If you get it into the front, you get admission passes. The middle one, you get a t-shirt and admission passes. And in the back, you get a hat and admission passes. Rules are pretty simple. You guys sound like you're very experienced in beer pong, so party on, Wayne, party on, Garth. Get to tossing those balls. Wayne. Oh, very valiant toss, very valiant toss. Just bounced out. Make us proud, Garth. Party on, yes. You get to come back again. Free admission passes. Now, do you have any words for your adoring fans?
Keep your heads up.
Do you have a pick for the upcoming race? The winners need a pick.
She's extremely hot, 11.
Okay, 11 at 11 to 1. And we do announce that there is a late scratch. Paul, give us the details.
Thanks, Ange. Scratch number 6, Paint the Kitty. Number 6, Paint the Kitty, a late scratch. Refunds for win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and double wagers beginning with race 6. Pick 3, 4, and 5 action goes to the starting favorite. Consolation double paid to number 6 from the winner of race 5. Scratch number 6, Paint the Kitty. Thank you, Ange. Number 6, a late scratch. It is now post time for race number 6.
You got 2 back, Tim.
Jewel Azul, the last in line, and here they are. And they're racing. And from the 5 spot, a part of my charm, the riders looking for 4 wins, 2.5 to 1, and a part of my charm in the turf debut scoots clear by 3 lengths as they negotiate the first turn. Pace kind of hot. A length and a half behind that is Cupid's Love looking for 2 in a row, and that one is to the outside of Rosy Cheeks. Then we come back a length and a half to Minnesota Nice, 5 out of it. That one is right next to the gray Fox Love. 2.5 behind that to fellow gray Merlin's Sister, Sequestered. 7 lengths from the front and to the inside of Jewel Azul. Behind that, She's Extremely Hot. 8 lengths from the lead and about 4 clear from Briar Thicket. Then we come back 5, maybe 6 lengths to the trailer, Bruce's Girl. 15 covers them as they whip into the far turn, and they're chasing a lonely leader in the shape of a part of my charm, and a part of my charm very charming on the lead. The lead is 2 lengths. Outside of that, Cupid's Love is shaken up. Then we come to Rosy Cheeks, perhaps a menacing presence. Behind that to the outside is Fox Glove, about 4 wide, 7 out of it, and overtaken by Minnesota Nice as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, and they're chasing a part of my charm. Outside of that, Rosy Cheeks to the inside. Minnesota Nice is surging late, but we're down to 2. It is a part of my charm. Rosy Cheeks, 5 and 2 to the line together. 5, wire to wire. A photo finish, please hold all tickets. A photo finish and a claim. Race number 6 was Wendy's birthday race, and what a good one it was. Happy birthday, Wendy, from all of us here at Canterbury Park. We have an answer, and the winner is number 5, a part of my charm. 52912, unofficial. And race 6 is official. The winner, a part of my charm, was claimed for $16,000. The new owner trainer is Alfredo Esprino. That's number 5, Switching Barns. Esprino, the new owner and trainer, as the filly, a part of my charm, receives a well-deserved bath for her toil. Into the winner's enclosure, a part of my charm. 4 victories tonight for our leading rider, Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, Teddy G's Breakaway Stable, and the winning trainer, Carl Broberg. The 7th race is 20 minutes from now, and we stay on the turf, which is firm. No scratches, no rider changes. Race time, about 8:20 Central. They are. And they're racing. And from the 5 spot, a part of my charm, the riders looking for 4 wins, 2.5 to 1, and a part of my charm in the turf debut scoots clear by 3 lengths as they negotiate the first turn. Pace kind of hot. A length and a half behind that is Cupid's Love looking for 2 in a row, and that one is to the outside of Rosy Cheeks. Then we come back a length and a half to Minnesota Nice, 5 out of it. That one is right next to the gray Fox Love. 2.5 behind that to fellow gray Merlin's Sister, Sequestered. 7 lengths from the front and to the inside of Jewel Azul. Behind that, She's Extremely Hot. 8 lengths from the lead and about 4 clear from Briar Thicket. Then we come back 5, maybe 6 lengths to the trailer, Bruce's Girl. 15 covers them as they whip into the far turn, and they're chasing a lonely leader in the shape of a part of my charm, and a part of my charm very charming on the lead. The lead is 2 lengths. Outside of that, Cupid's Love is shaken up. Then we come to Rosy Cheeks, perhaps a menacing presence. Behind that to the outside is Fox Glove, about 4 wide, 7 out of it, and overtaken by Minnesota Nice as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, and they're chasing a part of my charm. Outside of that, Rosy Cheeks to the inside. Minnesota Nice is surging late, but we're down to 2. It is a part of my charm. Rosy Cheeks, 5 and 2 to the line together. 5, wire to wire.
to run when you know. Since soldiers and Nixon's coming, we're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming, one dead in Ohio, two dead in Ohio.
Oh, goody. Welcome to the Dark Star Press Box, and I am the chaser. So that post-time pick 4 came up a little skinny. Maybe you lost money in it like I did, or things have just kind of gone amiss for you this evening at Canterbury Park. Whenever that happens to me, I bring my faithful friend a horse named Stuck. And Stuck is the chaser's best friend. Now, we're going all in here with the chaser on this horse, Casey's Law. And this is Stuck indicating to me exactly why we are going all in on a horse who's 4-5. All right? Stuck knows. You will see with Casey's Law. Now, this horse opened a powerful lead last time and got caught at the wire by a stablemate, which is a civil war, and it's never preferred when somebody gets trash-talking one-upsmanship within the shed row. But see, here's where Stuck helped me. You see June 22nd, that work of 47-1 breezing for a half mile, Stuck was with Casey's Law during that race. And the thing Stuck told me about how good that work was, thank you, Stuck. I love you. And I love you. And we're going all in on Casey's Law.
No, we will never be here again. So open up, I'm climbing in.
How about the night for Luis Fuentes? Another win, 4 in the saddle for our top jockey. And I've got good news for the riders here in race number 7, our final thoroughbred race tonight. Luis Fuentes does not have a mount. The winner's circle is yours. He is going to relinquish those duties for tonight, but what a great ride that was. I saw a pace battle. I saw a bunch of speed as I handicapped that 6th race, and all of a sudden the 5 pops out. Luis gets loose, and lonely speed anytime, anywhere can be a good thing. Let's move on now to the final thoroughbred race. We've still got 3 great quarter horse dashes to close the show. Close out the pick 4 and the pick 5 if you're alive. Good luck. We'll start with number 1, the good-looking test pilot, Alonso Quinones, for my guy, Tim Padilla. This horse won last time down in Chicago. How's this horse available now in a maiden race? Got DQ'd at 4-1. Heartbreaking. And from talking to everybody that was involved, it might have been a controversial decision. So this horse has speed, has already technically crossed the wire first, and is still eligible against maidens. I expect the test pilot to pop out of there. Quinones is a great gate jockey. That looks like the horse to catch tonight at 2-1. Number 2 is debuting for the first time, Mr. Primetime. Luis Valenzuela for Paul Pearson. The sire, English Channel, one of the top turf sires in America. Horse should love the lawn. The workouts are lukewarm, but still with those bloodlines worth a peek at now 25-1. 3 is Tis a Stellar Dude for Chip Woolley. Lindy Wade gets the call. Love the workout pattern. Bloodlines are decent. This horse could be a runner. Looking good down here in the paddock. And on the board at 16-1. 4 is Tale of Samson, Larry Donlin Jr. and Miguel Arroyo. Good long shot connections. Decent bloodlines. I like the work from the gate back on June the 5th. Showed some speed with that particular workout. 5 is Westport Captain, Carlo Lopez for Van Belvoir. Debuted for a tag in Arizona. Comes here and into the maiden special weight we go. Onto the turf. Good workouts. Off since April. And taking some money, too. Do note this horse is getting bet 8-1. 6 is Prince of Earl, Zeke Laura for Lynn Cleverad. In from Will Rogers. The turf numbers at Remington in Oklahoma last year were pretty competitive. This horse should be rolling late. And I think gets a piece of the try or the super at those odds. I'm going to mix that horse underneath at 23-1. 7 is Slightly Crafty. Will start number 40 finally be the magic time for Slightly Crafty? 0 for 39, but good long shot connections. We always give a tip of the hat to Miss Kelsey Haar. And my pick in the race is the same as the Chaser. I'm going to go with Alex Conchari for Mac Roberts and Casey's Law. Advantageous outside post, tracking speed, good work. And oh yeah, looking good down here in the paddock. Go get him, AC. Casey's Law, though, will be heavily favored right now. Yikes, 3-5. That's the horse to beat, no doubt about it. Maiden special weights, 5 furlongs on the turf. If you're alive in the pick 4 or pick 5, good luck. This is a pivotal moment in time. 3 more quarter horse races to go. Good luck and enjoy race number 7.
Our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert, ladies and gentlemen. How about a round of applause? Thank you, Len. Great work. Race number 7 is on the firm turf course. No scratches. This is the Emily Scott Anti-Vike Classic.
We're down in the Mystic Lake Winners Circle once again on this beautiful night. What better night to give out tickets to Twin City Summer Jam? It is time for Finish the Lyric, brought to you by Twin City Summer Jam. And tonight, I have who ready to finish the lyric?
Laura.
Where are you from, Laura?
Lakeville.
Okay, Laura from Lakeville. Are you a Blake Shelton fan?
I am, yes.
Well, then this should be a piece of cake. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on the big screen. We're going to look at the lyrics come up. They're going to play part of the song for you. All you have to do is finish it off, and you win your tickets to Twin Cities Summer Jam. So as long as you have an extensive knowledge of this library, you should be just set. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's turn around and start it.
You be my honeysuckle, I'll be your honeybee.
That was perfect. Absolutely correct. Laura from Lakeville, you have won a couple of tickets to Twin Cities Summer Jam. And I have to ask, if you come to this winner's circle, you've already won. Will you win again? Do you have a horse that you like in this 7th race?
I'm thinking Test Pilot.
Test Pilot, okay. She's going to try to beat the favorite Casey's Law. Good luck to you. Enjoy the concert, and thanks for coming down and playing.
Thank you.
Tom Scott to the petting zoo. Tom Scott to the petting zoo. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 7th race. As the sun is setting on Shakopee, we head into the final pick 3. Racing following today, Saturday at 5 o'clock. Sunday we race at 4. That is family day with all the family festivities for the kids. And a fireworks spectacular follows the races on Sunday. Monday, the 4th of July, we start at 1 o'clock. Casey's Law favored every click of the way. Test Pilot getting some of the late win wagering, 8-5. Mr. Primetime making his debut with LAV, Luis Valenzuela, a bit disobedient behind the gate. This Iowa bred, still being a bad boy. The rider off to the side of the gate. Now Mr. Primetime goes to kicking. The other maidens are handling the situation with aplomb. 4-5 on Casey's Law. Test Pilot 3-2. Mr. Primetime went in. LAV joins. Now, 'Tis a Stellar Dude debuting next to the Cantankerous 2. Four-year-old New Mexico bred goes in.
You got it. Get behind the 4.
One out. It's the favorite. And Casey's Law, 3-5. Last in line. 8 in the gate for the 7th, and here they are. And they're racing, and Casey's Law comes out like a shot to the outside, but so does the bookender Test Pilot. And Test Pilot is faster than Casey's Law in the early stages. Test Pilot and the Q tugging them along by a neck. Casey's Law trying to lay down the law to the outside of the debuting 'Tis a Stellar Dude, who also has great speed in his debut. And said trio has gone 7 lengths clear from Westport Captain. Then it's a mile back to make that tall of Sampson, who is far, far clear from the trailing 3. Slightly crafty, all about 0 for 40 to the outside of Prince of Earl, and the one at the rear is Mr. Primetime. And they're chasing Test Pilot. Casey's Law shifts ground, and Test Pilot takes advantage and takes a 2-length lead, makes it 4, and is attempting to run right into the winner's circle. Westport Captain is finishing nicely at 14-1, but number 1 is number 1 in race 7. Test Pilot soars to victory. Number 1 Test Pilot, impressively. 56.64 for the final time. It is 1578. 1578. Race number 7 is official. 28.70 for the exacta. 50-cent trifecta paid 147. 8-5 shot on top. The second pick 4 paid 173. Pick 3, 38.25. And the pick 5, $647. Race number 8 is 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. The 8th race is the Thursday penultimate. Check that. We have 10 races today, so this begins the final pick 3. The final pick 3 begins 20 minutes from now. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Loeffler, the Upper Midwest's largest privately owned business technology and service provider. Test Pilot served his believers quite nicely into the winner's circle with Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners are Black Horse Farm and Silver Wing Stable. And the winning trainer, Tim Paddock. 3 to go, the 8th, 19 minutes from now. And pick 3 wagering on races 8, 9, and 10. Good luck. And there racing, and Casey's Law comes out like a shot to the outside, but so does the bookender Test Pilot, and Test Pilot is faster than Casey's Law in the early stages. Test Pilot and the Q tugging them along by a neck. Casey's Law trying to lay down the law to the outside of the debuting Tis a Stellar Dude, who also has great speed in his debut. And said trio has gone 7 lengths clear from Westport Captain. Then it's a mile back to Make That Tall of Sampson, who is far, far clear from the trailing 3. Slightly Crafty, all about 0 for 40 to the outside of Prince of Earl, and the one at the rear is Mr. Primetime. And they're chasing Test Pilot. Casey's Law shifts ground, and Test Pilot takes advantage and takes a 2-length lead, makes it 4, and is attempting to run right into the winner's circle. Westport Captain is finishing nicely at 14-1, but number 1 is number 1 in race 7. Test Pilot soars to victory.
And whatever comes our way, our mama gonna make it happen. Wrap the world in a love embrace. Fire all of your guns at one time, explode into space. I like fucking lightning, heavy metal thunder, racing with the wind, and whatever things I'm under. Gonna make it happen. Wrap the world in a love embrace. Fire all of your guns at one time. Explode into space. Like a true nature child, I was born to be wild, and now I fly so high. Never gonna die. Born to be wild. Motor running, hit it on the highway, looking for adventure, and whatever comes our way. Hey, mama, gonna make it happen. Wrap the world in a love embrace. Fire all of your guns at one time. Explode child. I was born to be wild, and you can fly so high, never gonna die. Born to be wild, born to be wild.
Born to be wild. Steppenwolf.
Thank you.
Renee. I'd like to do a song by the left bank. It's
Hey, gang. Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you up here in the press box here at the studio. Got a couple of quarter horse dashes, 3 of them to be specific, and that pick 3 last night was a juicy one. Angela had all 3 of those winners, and it paid awesome. So keep an eye on that pick 3. Also, make plans this weekend. If you're not going to head up to the cabin, you need to be here. We are racing Saturday at 5, Sunday, July 3rd at 4 o'clock with the fireworks spectacular after the races, and then Monday, Holiday Monday, a family day event at 1 o'clock. Angela, this is a tradition that's going way back to even the Downs days in the mid-'80s.
Yeah.
4th of July is special around here.
Well, right. And, I mean, everybody has their plans for 4th of July night, but they don't necessarily have plans for 4th of July day. If you don't want to go try to find a spot to put your picnic blanket, you don't want to be elbow to elbow with people at the park, you don't want to sit and wait for hours just waiting for fireworks to go off, you can come here. You can have fun. We have pony rides. We have family activities. We have all sorts of things that you can do, include bet on horse races, before you take off for your night of fireworks. It's a great way to spend the holiday with your entire family because there really is something for everybody. And, of course, if you aren't going to head out of town, or even if you have and you come back on Sunday, well, what are we going to do tonight? Come out here. I mean, there's not that many places that are putting on any sort of fireworks that night, and nobody is putting on fireworks that are like ours. It is a spectacular, to embody the word perfectly, and it's really, really fun wherever you watch it because, I mean, you can take the vantage point up top. You can be right down on the apron. You can really take the experience however you want. If you want to sit at the bar and just listen to the music and watch it too, that is your option. It is a really, really cool display. We want you to come be a part of it, and we're going to be a part of it ourselves. We'll all be down in the winner's circle. We have a great musical ensemble put together by Mouse, and everything is really, really fun that night. We have that hour with Boogie Wonderland. It is a really cool couple of days to spend with the family, and we hope you can spend them here.
All right, let's get some money for you so you can come back this week and have a little extra cash in your pocket. Let's talk about the quarter horse pick 3. It starts with this race, Angela, and right away when I took a look at this particular race, yeah, we both fell in love with the same horse, but I thought even if this horse won, there was plenty of upsetters underneath that made sense to hit the ticket. We're both on the 6 here. Let's first talk about the 6. This is Jess Susie, shipped in from Remington Park, where they run some awesome quarter horse racing. Horses in from Remington seem to dominate here at Canterbury every single year. And last time out, 9-2 odds, ran a bang-up race. If the horse can duplicate that, I think Stormy Smith ends up in the winner's circle.
Well, and Javelina Cantina, the horse that beat her, I think was even in 6 figures as a maiden. She was something like 0 for 21, but she had raced against really good horses out at Los Alamitos. She had raced primarily against Derby and Futurity Trial Company as opposed to straight maidens. She only had run in a couple. She had that field over a barrel. That takes nothing from just Susie in defeat. And she did clear herself away for second, even though she didn't break that well. There's a lot to like about this horse, including that center post position. You don't necessarily want to be way out. You don't want to be on the rail. This should really be her race to lose. I thought that maybe if somebody could it, Apocalypto, I don't want to say the 3's name because it's just going to make me sound like a fool, but I thought that the 3 could make a big threat to her if anybody could, considering that 5 Bar Fantasy, the horse that beat this one last time, has won twice at the meet already.
Yeah, and I think the interesting horse, I agree with your 3 tout. I've got the horse in my trifecta for certain, but let's get back to where our bread's been buttered here throughout the quarter horse meet so far in this season. And that's when I see Eduardo Escobedo riding for Jason Olmstead, I pay attention. And look at the trainer-jockey combination numbers here on Daily Racing Form, up around 35%. So you're going to have to figure out, fans, as you bet this race, what do you do with the 4? We're not used to seeing these guys at a bettable price. They're usually even money and below, and for a good reason. They're outstanding at their craft. But here comes Zakira, and here comes 7-2, and there's the horse on cue looking great in the paddock, Angela.
Yeah, she looks nice. And do keep an eye on Zakira. Right before they all raced, anybody that came out of that Javelina Cantina race, there was a delay. We had to get the ambulances back on track that night. All of the horses that were in that race had to spin and spin and spin in the paddock. And Zakira was kind of the one that took the worst of it. She got very riled up. She was just agitated. She just wanted to go. She just wanted to get out of the paddock. She was done spinning in circles. She's not a carousel horse. She's a racehorse. So I think as long as they get her out to the track in order without delay, Zakira will run a better race tonight. She might be the horse to beat. I would prefer her a little bit shorter because she does pop right out of the gate, and she has faded back a little bit going 300, 350. But Zakira certainly has speed, and if anybody behind her breaks in a tangle, they're going to leave her alone on the front end, and she will be very tough to run down. No disrespect to anybody who takes 7-2 on her. That is a very fair price.
If you're looking for a long shot here, the horse I'm going to isolate on is number 7, Sweet Tea. You get Ed Ross Hardy. That's always a good thing with the quarter horses here at Canterbury. Kiros in the saddle, in from Remington Park, 3rd time off the layoff. This is a trainer that points to Canterbury summer in and summer out and brings his horses here to run big. And I think at that number right now, drifting up towards 6, 7, 8, 9 to 1, Sweet Tea could be a nice long shot to mix in to your exotic wagers. The quarter horses are going to dash 330 yards. Angela and I both like number 6, Jess Susie, a quarter horse pick 3. All kinds of great fun on this sultry summer night. They leave the paddock and they head onto the track soon. If you're here live, get down to that grandstand apron. There is nothing like standing near the finish line and watching those horses bounce out of the gate and come roaring down the stretch. It's race 8 in 7. Good luck.
And they've reached the gate. It is now post time for the 8th race. Quarter horses steaming down the Canterbury Park stretch. They dash 330 yards. Jess Dash Susie is favored. Moving in. Zakira. Apocalyptical James. Emily Scott. And Carl's Dirt Serpent. And they're racing. Awful beginning for that 5. From the center, Zakira came out nicely with Apocalyptical James. Outside of that, the White Horse Prankster is firing. Apocalyptical James, 3-8, 8-3, 3-8, 8-3. Pay that 8. Prankster, 5-1. Photo finish. The numbers 8, 3, 7, 4. Eighth official. Pick 3 on races 6, 7, and 8, $59.25. 837 trifecta, $54. Exacta, $23.50. 10-cent superfecta, $38.44. And the 1-8 double paid $33.80. Race 9 is officially the Thursday penultimate. Scratch number 1, She's Already Famous. Relegated to 6 for race 9, 20 minutes from now. Into the winner's circle, it is Prankster and Luis Valenzuela. Leon Glasser is the winning owner, and the winning trainer, Mallory Norton. Dirt Serpent, and they're racing. Awful beginning for that 5. From the center, Zakira came out nicely with a Pocketickle James. Outside of that, the White Horse Prankster is firing. A Pocketickle James, 3-8, 8-3, 3-8, 8-3, pay that 8. Prankster.
Angela, the big bunny rabbit from post 8, Prankster. Gets the last laugh with Luis Valenzuela. I've got a lot of respect for jockeys like Luis Valenzuela that ride thoroughbreds all during the early part of the card and stick around to ride quarter horses and do it at a high level. He's one of those guys.
Yeah, and he's sharp out of the gate. I mean, it really does help, too, with thoroughbreds that have speed. I take extra note when he's on one of those because he is so used to right away out of the gate. I mean, if a horse needs to get clear and needs to get comfortable on the front end, Valenzuela can sometimes be a very good fit for them.
Now, here's a race where I really like the one. Now, you get to the track, changes come up, there's a scratch of the horse, and you got to kind of go back to the drawing board. Where was the one in your early assessment of this race, and what does the scratch of the one horse do for this one?
I'm not going to lie, I didn't have her anywhere. I just didn't care for the inside post. I still didn't, and she scratching kind of puts her stablemate, who remains in the race, in a bit of a precarious spot because he inherits the rail. I went to the outside instead, and right now you have a couple of 2-to-1 shots on the outside. But 5-Bar Fantasy showed potential as a 2-year-old. I kind of tried to follow her along. She was getting close. She didn't quite get there, but things have really come together for her this year, and I was looking forward. Now I get 5-2. I'm hoping maybe to get 3-1, 7-2, something like that, but 5-Bar Fantasy has really taken a step forward and got my attention, so I don't see why she can't win 3 in a row.
Yeah, I scratch into her. I'm a fan of Cervantes, who has been in the saddle for those last 2 victories here at Canterbury. I love the outside post. I'm a big fan of Jerry Livingston. He's one of those trainers that's been there and done that at Canterbury. As honest as the day is long, he's a good trainer, and I think clearly that's the horse to beat, and the fans are betting accordingly, although we're drifting up a little bit here. I put the 6 in second, and that's just for speed. I noticed the class. You look at the 12 starts and how much this horse has banked. This is a Utah bred. Don't see a lot of Utah breds in the game. Again, Stormy Smith, what are your thoughts on the 6?
Well, you can see the stakes company in through the lines both as a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old right now. He's your 8-5 favorite. I mean, I'm sure part of that is because Mallory Norton is trying to put 2 back-to-back. Stormy Smith is on board this one. We haven't seen him up here at Canterbury. This one has spent all spring and early summer down at Remington Park holding his own against Allowance Company, against Trial Company. Nothing wrong at all with Just for Speed, and I did take him in second. I was just more impressed with the steps the 5-Bar Fantasy has taken forward, the fact that she's been here, and I was hoping to get a better price, and right now I am. But we part ways when it comes to our third-place runner. Trace Elegance, your thoughts?
Well, the horse broke in the air last time. I went back and watched the race, and it wasn't a clean trip, and I expect a better trip here. Interesting trainer change from Ed Ross Hardy to Jason Olmstead. You go from a great trainer to a great trainer, so kind of a wash. 4 starts at Canterbury, 4 for 4 in the money. I'm not loving the price right now, but I think the 2 horse is very live. I know you don't like that inside spot, but I do think Trace Elegance deserves a long look for the exotic side of the wagering. I still think the outside 2 are better win candidates. I am curious, though, about the 3, because the 3 clearly finished in front of the 2 last time with a better trip.
Yeah, she ran her race. She was just second best that night. I'm Louisiana 2 was well bet in that spot. This one almost made her way to 9-1, and you can just see her record standing out for itself. I mean, she's hit the exacta in 6 of her 13 starts. She hasn't gathered a whole lot of those wins lately. The last time that she got one, it took dropping down to non-2s that were Oklahoma breds 2 back. But Coquettish did it well that day, and it looks like Coquettish is another one who's gone the right direction as she's aged. That's not always the case with these quarter horses. Their money's at 2. Sometimes we know exactly what we're dealing with right at that young age. Maybe not the case with Coquettish. And I thought that maybe this distance, that post, all of it would maybe come together and at least get her in the mix for a piece, because she's never bet. I mean, you can see double digits up and down the line with her. The lowest price that she has been is 9-2. So I thought that she would be an interesting addition, even if you don't like her on the win end.
Steamy day. Some will say bet the gray. We just saw a big bunny rabbit win in race 8. Here in race 9, there's another bunny. Number 5, My Owner's Broke. I love the name. It's such a catchy name. It's a Minnesota bred. You get Nick Goodwin, who's done so well over the years with quarter horses here, and faded last time, but that was off an extended layoff. So second time back, if you're looking for a goofball to mix in there and you love a gray like I know I do, I might throw that one in. It's quarter horses. It's the late daily double. Angela and I are fancy on that horse, who looks spectacular in the walking ring. Look at that 7, 5-Bar Fantasy, looking good, pumped up and ready. Who do you like? Get your bets in now. Quarter horse late double. We'll take you through the final. And one more time, remind you the big weekend that we have ahead coming up after this race. Right now, it's time for the call to the post. Good luck in the 9th.
Thank you.
It is now post time. Trace Elegance, 9-5. Jest for Speed, 6-5. And Favored. One out. 5-bar Fantasy trying to win 3 in a row. Ooh, number 3, Coquettish, has found a way to sit down in her stall. Bonifacio Quitos, the rider, adroitly bailed as said Okie Bread went to sitting down. Now they're going to back the runners out and make sure this 3 is safe and secure. So we will have a delay here. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 3, Coquettish. Number 3, Coquettish, is a late scratch. Refunds available for Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers involving number 3. The Superfecta in race 9 has been canceled. So we are refunding all Superfecta wagers in race 9 due to it being a 5-horse field. There will be a consolation double payoff from the winner of race 8 to number 3. And if you had number 3 in the pick 3, your bet switches to the starting favorite. If you had wagers on number 3, you have a refund coming right now. You can re-wager on race 9 after you get your refund. If interested, the race hopefully takes off just a few minutes from now. Number 3, a late scratch. All righty, the 3, Coquettish, was stood up and removed from the 3 spot and safely headed to the receiving barn. Actually, she's milling about behind the starting gate, a good 40, 50 yards behind the gate. So the 3, Coquettish, no worse for the wear, and the others are moving in. Trace Elegance, Lethal Timber, My Owner's Broke, to the inside of Jest for Speed. That is your 6-5 favorite. 5-bar Fantasy last in. Puck Battle 2-1. 5-bar Fantasy goes in. Quintet, and here they are. And away they go. Rough beginning for Jess for Speed. Made an aggressive left turn out of the gate. And Trace Elegance pops the gate beautifully. Lethal Timber and My Owners broke there. Outside of that, 5-bar Fantasy. 2, 7, 6 to the line together. That's tight between 2 and 7. Looks like Trace Elegance, but it's very tight. Very, very tight photo. Hold them all. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 7. 5-bar Fantasy has won 3 in a row. 7, 2, 6, 4. Ninth official. Here comes the streaking 5-bar Fantasy and Uriel Cervantes. That's 3 in a row for this Oklahoma-bred filly, owned by Joy Gora's Tailored for Gold Stables. And the winning trainer, Jerry Livingston. Final time, 17.79. The final live race, 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. And away they go. Rough beginning for Jess for Speed. Made an aggressive left turn out of the gate. And Trace Elegance pops the gate beautifully. Lethal Timber and My Owners broke there. Outside of that, 5-bar Fantasy. 2-7-6 to the line together. That's
It's like thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. I'm gonna knock on wood, baby. I'm not superstitious about you, but I can't take no chance, 'cause your love is better than any love I know. But your love is better than any love I know. You got thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. I'm gonna knock on wood, baby. It's no secret about you that you're my loving cup, and she sees to it that I get enough, 'cause her love is better. Any love I know, it's like thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. I'm gonna knock on wood, baby. I'm gonna knock on wood. I'm gonna knock on
Knock on wood, Eddie Floyd. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Born on the Bayou, then we're going to do a little bit of swamp rock. Born on the Bayou, Creedence Clearwater. Normally we do a floor show, but everybody's too tired to do the floor show.
Oh, look it, wrong screen.
Hey, all right. All right. We made the Jumbotron. All right. So we're sounding. We appreciate you coming out. Hope you had a good evening. Let the folks here know that you enjoyed yourself. We're up in Duluth a couple of times, and
5-Bar Fantasy, a 3-time winner at the meet already, and she gets up in the shadow of the wire for Jerry Livingston. One more quarter horse race, and then we get to the weekend, and we get to holiday racing. 3 days worth of it, with 1 day off in between. Rest, handicap, and adjust your schedules accordingly to join us for 3rd of July at 4 and 4th of July at 1. Now we have one left, 300 yards, more maidens. I know you're very excited about this race. And
well, anytime I can find a winner, which we did last race at a decent price, and again, our horse went off at third choice.
Third choice.
Which 780, we got a little breakage there, so we got a little extra walking around money here up in the press box, and now it's time to double down. And I see Jason Olmstead, and I see Escobedo, and I'm like, they haven't won yet tonight. How often do we have a quarter horse race card without those guys in the winner's circle? So I'm doubling down here. I know you're on the same horse with me. I think the two's in a great spot for victory. Lightly raced, good barn. We've talked about the post positions. I know inside can be a little tricky. Angela and I both seem to migrate towards horses more often than not to the outside part of the gate, but I think the track's playing more than fair. And you saw the 2-horse last race after getting bumped nearly still win the race. It came down to a nostril on the wire. Yeah. But let's talk about the favorite here. Let's talk about the 2 who likely goes off around even money when the dust settles. A winning effort last time from all accounts at Remington. And by the way, Olmstead was 34-1 in that race.
I know. He was 38-1 in this one's debut, and they just can't stop drawing the 2-hole with him. But Southern Rocket is so fast out of the gate. I mean, you get a bunch of 2-year-old maiden quarter horses at Remington Park. They're some of the cream of their crop, and this one outbroke almost all of them in his first 2 starts. He is very quick to get going. Kind of gets stuck on his left lead. He's young, he's green, he's still figuring it out. But to his benefit as well, you saw that he lost his debut by a couple of lengths. He was 5th. All 4 of the horses that beat him had experience on him. So definitely a big step forward in start 2. I think if he takes even a tiptoe forward in race number 3, he should come up with the victory.
I think the horse to fear, if you're going to be on the 2, it's clearly the 5. I think Ed Ross Hardy, another one of those trainers that we trust here, another horse that seemed to improve dramatically in career start number 2, and another horse that lost a photo at Remington against some staunch competition. What are your impressions of the 5 Elegant Dynastia?
Well, she looked like a winner until like the last stride or 2 of that race at Remington. No problem at all with that one. With that effort leading into this, she's the one that's probably going to give Southern Rocket a run for his money. And the futurity trial to start off her career, well, that was over at the break, and that's just fine. This one I thought might be suited to a little bit more distance, where Southern Rocket might be a little more limited in distance with how quickly he breaks. That was kind of the only dividing point between the 2 of them, but there is a lot of talent to be found in both the 2 and the 5-hole. Now on the outside, Mallory Norton's already won a race tonight. 7-2 is the price that you get on Hidden Charms. Broke in, was bumped on both, and she bumped both horses to her inside, was straightened out, just a little bit erratic in the first start up here, but also ran well at Remington Park. If you're looking to add somebody underneath, why not Hidden Charms?
Because I like the other Mallory Norton horse, and I see Johnny the Mouse Mickelson up here in the press box with a fresh voucher, and Kelsey Howard aboard. Now, I can't pronounce it. I'm going to trust our track announcer, Paul Allen. I have no idea how to pronounce that horse's name.
Have you not seen Napoleon Dynamite?
All I can tell you is this. I don't have any tater tots in my pocket, and the mouse is vouching up, so watch out for Kelsey here.
LaFonda's Elegance.
Oh, LaFonda. She was the internet friend. Yes.
Come on, LaFonda, Kip. No.
Oh, sure.
She didn't break that hot. She's kind of popping her tail through the stretch in that first start. She made a little bit of a move, but the outside of the track was playing a little bit better most of the night that night at Remington. She drew the rail. There is some things to like. You get 4-1. They're taking a little bit of money right now, and Eddie Willis had her in that race. She was claimed out of that start. So, if you wanted to make a case for the rail horse, the rail might also ensure that you get a price, and LaFonda's Elegance only has that 1 start to draw from. She should improve in start 2.
she's popping her tail, and if Mouse wins, he'll be popping tags because he's all in on the one. Angela and I both really like the 2 here. Yeah. I think we sweep the late double. I think it's time for Olmsted and Escobedo in that winner's circle. Ed Ross Hardy has the 5. There's still some intrigue around as we get to the lucky last. Angela, take it away.
Okay, well, they're headed out to the track right now, 9 minutes to post. Remember, we're going to have 1 day off, and then the holiday weekend begins. Yes, Saturday we will join you again at 5 o'clock. There's the grid of selections, the 2 and the 5 for everybody up on the board. For Jeff Madej, Kevin Gore, Paul Allen, all of us up here in the press box, we wish you luck in the last. Good night from the studio.
The best bugler in the business is at Canterbury Park. He's Lynn Dykert. Thank you, Lynn. Thanks for the soft shoe. 10th race, 6 minutes. Good luck. And they've reached the gate. It is now post time. Final live race. Thank you very much for coming to Canterbury Park today. Stop by the card casino before you leave if interested. Play some blackjack or Texas Hold'em, Pai Gow poker, and so on. Food and beverage service, air conditioned, open 24 hours. Waymaker in, Hidden Charms in, and here they come. And there they go. Rough beginnings for the 1 and 5, and Southard Rocket pops out of the gate, puts 2 on the field. Waymaker looking to deliver a haymaker, but it's too late, and the 2 prevails. Number 2, Southard Rocket in 15.72. 2-3 and a show photo. Tenth race official. Final pick 3 paid $44.80. That 2-3 exacta favored on top, $19. The trifecta 2-3-4, $88.45. And the superfecta for a dime favored on top, $48. 7-2 double, $9.30. And the winner's enclosure, Southard Rocket and Edwin Escobedo. The winning owner, Joe Rice, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Ladies and gentlemen, racing resumes at Canterbury Saturday at 5. Don't forget, Sunday we race at 4. And we have fireworks following the races Sunday. CanterburyPark.com for information. Otherwise, on behalf of our TV department, those of us here in the Dark Star press box, and for our management team, thank you very much, whether you are on track or off site, watching and wagering on Canterbury Park. And if you are leaving the racetrack, please drive carefully. And there they go. Rough beginnings for the 1 and 5, and Southard Rocket pops out of the gate, puts 2 on the field. Waymaker looking to deliver a haymaker, but it's too late, and the 2 prevail.